Hello, my darlings. How are you? I'll tell you what, this is a monumental day, isn't it? And thank you so much for your kind comments. And yeah, my voice is a little on the graspy side, but it's going to get better. Pardon me. And I'm going to tell you what I did. I have been drinking lemon water, and lemon water tends to make it worse. Of all things, let me get my straw. So I have to be careful about what I do. Hello, my darlings. Hello. So happy to see you tonight. Welcome to the House of Zelda. We have so much planned. Thank you so much, my darlings. Thank you for coming in. All is well. And guess what? We won. We won. Woo! We won. Yes. Yes. We won. I'm telling you, my darlings, all is well, but I'm going to tell you what. It's like the spirit realm had its own little can opener, and now they're opening a can of worms. I don't know if you know this or not, but our friend from the Alphabet Agency, Michael Easter, from the three letters, the feds, the FBI. Wait a minute. FBI, open up! Said that he found something that nobody else found. And that he wasn't going to talk because he was going to wait and see if there was a third trial. And now that there won't be a third trial, sorry, I can't get my fingers going today. Or we can wait and see. I know y'all have seen the pictures that have been traveling around. That is paint stain remover. But sometimes people put things like that. What you got to do is you got to look down into the cracks of things. And I'm going to tell you something. On one of my paranormal haunts in Sevierville, Tennessee, actually, there is a farm that's called the Wheatlands. The Wheatlands has a front room, and back in the late 1700s, there was an argument over slavery. And it was between son or son-in-law, I can't remember, and father. Well, the son or son-in-law, I forget what the story was, stomped on the father. And there's a big stain right in front of the fireplace that I'm going to tell you what cannot be removed. It's been there for over 100 years. Pushing 200, I think. Probably over that. And they have scrubbed. Now, it was a part of the National Historic Registry. I wanted to buy that house. And it is so haunted. And my son was very young. And it was so haunted that my son went to family and said, I'm going to tell you what, if mom buys that house, I'm not moving in there. I will run away. I will go live with other family. I can't do that to my son. But the previous owner that owned that house lived there by herself. And she had one of these, I don't know, security units, pardon me, that would come on. She said at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and would say, security alert. Pardon me, security alert, security alert. Someone is in the house. And she said she would hear footsteps coming up the steps. There was a graveyard right behind it. Rattlesnakes would climb, because they do that in hot water. They'll climb up on the side of a house, and they were in the attic. And my son said, no. So, pardon me, give me a second. See, it's been like this all day. Pollen abounds. And believe me, I'm taking everything there is. Thank you. So, now back to this present. If there was it just takes a pin drop. A pin drop. I know women who have unalived their husbands, who think they have cleaned the crime scene, and they find a pin drop. That's all it takes. And if it went into the wood in that garage, oh, it's there forever. Yes, they can test it. I mean, worth a shot, right? I mean, hypothetically, in our EVPs and my stuff that I've been doing, John has said they put him in a cold, dark place. That seems to be perfect. It was sketchy because he didn't know what hit him. But I want to think about this for a second. What if they punched him and lights out, right? Let's go down this rabbit hole. What if they punched him, lights out in the basement? What if his nose bled? What if all that other stuff happened? and they decided to take him up to the garage because they were going to try to move him. He was what, 6'1", 200 plus pounds. He was a good, healthy man and probably heavy. What if they took him and then you know how it is, you just like drops. What if he hit the back of his head when they dropped him on the side? Anything. What if? So there's a lot of the pieces to this puzzle. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. And hello to my mods. Hello to everyone. Hello to True Oracle. Fate and Fortune with True Oracle. Man, I've got so much to talk about. And I just started in without a greeting. Welcome to the House of Zelda. I may have already said that. It is Saturday, June 21st, 2025. We are free. The first live that we have had here that we have not talked about the Karen Reed case with her being on trial. How wonderful is that? How wonderful is that? So, here we go to my family. Wie geht's du, was ist los? Ich bin eine Kartentante, American Lady Zelda von Görlitz. Vielen Dank für deine Freundschaft. Willkommen. Ich liebe dich. Thank you for being here. So, my darlings, listen, it's just going to begin. We're just getting started. We did it, right, Kelly? We did it. Hello, good to see you. Hello, we did it, Kelly. We did it. Hello. It's a great feeling. Hiya, my darling. Hi. Hello. And I know that all of you have seen the new merchandise with the sigils. So I'm just going to tell you, okay, Sue, what did Uncivil do? We'll talk about that later. Now, my darlings, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Oh my gosh, thank you, Florida fan. Bless you for your generosity. Love you, Z. We won. Woohoo! Yes. Our collective consciousness prayers manifestation did it. It certainly did. And thank you for being here. Bless you. And thank you so much for that little gift. Thank you. Hi, Jen. How are you, my darling? It's been a victory for everyone. The girl is free. Absolutely. Patty says, such a relief to be on this side of the verdict. Hello, there we are. Kelly, Zelda, you were right. We would win. Love you. And I love you back. There you are, my darling. AD says, I've been crying up until today. I've had my moments. There we go. My bracelet will be here Tuesday. I am so excited to get it. Yes. And for all those who have ordered your House of Zelda cards and your bracelets, they are on your way. They are on the way to you. And I'm going to do a video for the House of Zelda. So, Luann, thank you so much for the Zelda sticker. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. You know, thank you, Carol. I have had straight tea, and it seems like it does this to my throat. So I have to be careful with honey, hot tea, lemon, especially all that. So I'm just drinking water for right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Rhonda says, I don't usually dream, but before the verdict, I had a dream she was freed. Yeah. Didn't you like to see? I love watching the interviews, but I got to tell you something. Right, Amanda, that crowd? What got me was when they were reading the verdict and the crowd erupted out of like, boom. And then Yannetti, hello. I'm going to tell you, everybody was like, thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. Welcome. You like my little work spot? You see this? This is where I do all these little experiments. I'm in the castle tonight. You can see here, got everything. Wouldn't you love a room like this? I certainly would. I'm going to manifest it too. 3,000 people, AD said. Amen to that. Florida fan, Captain Jerry. Hello, my darling. Love our team. I do too. I do too. I do too. Throat coat tea. I have to be careful, Zen Jen. I don't know what it is. I try a lot of things, but it just takes a minute. But then, see, here's the other thing. I try to keep quiet. That's a joke. Hello? And I try not to say anything. And then when I do, it's like I have to warm up the pipes. So that's what I'm doing. Pardon me. I woke up Wednesday morning with a horrible migraine and threw up before the verdict. I felt so much better afterwards. Oh, I hope so. My goodness. I got to pour over like for coffee. Oh, and use it to filter tea. I can't drink tea straight after I make it. There you go. There you go. Tomorrow, Turtle Boy gets Juror 11. Let me tell you something about Turtle Boy. Thank you, Patty. You are. I'm going to tell you, the baby AI videos are just amazing. They are so cute. Pardon me. Sickening sum of the bad actor video. Yes. Believe me. Let me, and then I want to share something with you guys. I know you'll laugh. Debbie says the Runkle interview was awesome. Yannetti and Alessi were so humble and down to earth, brilliant attorneys. Aren't they wonderful people? Amanda, Lady Z, I'm dying to know your thoughts on the other interviews. We're going to talk about that. Those 6 people need a gag order. We're going to talk about all that because they think they're slick little willies talking about things that they'd already talked during the trial. I got news for them. Hello and welcome to each and every one of you coming in. Such a beautiful sight to see. Love to each and every one of you. Hello. Let's see. AJ is coming back in about a month. Things are starting to, like I said, the spirits have got their little can opener and they're opening up the cans of worms. Kelly, the Runkle interview was so heartwarming. I've got to say this. I got to tell you, the one person I believe in the whole world that deserved this more than anything, because I love them all. I watch them all. I love them all. But Ian is so humble. And he's doing such a good work. I don't know if you know this or not, but a lot of his super chats and all this other stuff, they're going right into a fund to help people that are in a position like Karen, who don't have the money for representation. What an admirable thing. Gramere, Zelda, I saw some of your older videos. I think you look better than you have ever looked in years. Just beautiful. Thank you. Takes a lot of work. And that, I think that was during the time that I just felt that I was insecure about going on here. I was terribly insecure, and I'm insecure about the man standing outside my window. Hold on a minute. Oh, he's going upstairs. He better be careful. I have an iron skillet waiting for him. Okay. So let's see. Turtle Boy has court in about a month. I'm always amazed at how liars always double down. But what is their choice? Shut up. They just don't understand. They just need to shut up. But they're not going to. I'll tell you why. Because it was reported, word on the street, let me say it that way, don't know factually, but word on the street was that Peggy O'Keefe was sighted coming out of Jennifer McCabe's house. So you know, a little plan is hatching. A little plan. Now, I want you all to know that many of you gently reminded me that there is also a lawsuit from the O'Keefes to Karen. Well, that there's more things coming. They're not just gonna, I think that lawsuit is what, 50,000 or something like that. It's a drop in the bucket. There's more. There's more. But I'm also going to tell you that Karen is getting geared up. She's getting geared up. So, first of all, I got to tell you, thank you, Haya. I'm so happy you came to YouTube. You are a light. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes my bulb feels like it's going to go out, though. I can tell you that right now. I know, honey, I've tried it all. It's what it is I just have to get warmed up. And I'll tell you why. I'm going to admit to you. I'm going to tell you why. I have ruined my vocal cords. You know that I sing, all this other stuff, but you know what else I do? I talk to my kitties like this. And I do not have a filter on it at all. See, I don't have one. I just talk to my kitties all day. Hello, how are you? That's their voice. That's the voices. Hello, my babies, how are you? And that will blow your vocal cords. So I have to be careful with blowing the vocal cords. And you know what? Curvy Cougar. Ooh, I'm digging that name. Ooh, girl, 1955, you go. AJ was Howie Carr, was on Howie Carr. He was. Howie Carr asked him to come back and visit a podcast, and he said he'd like to have to guest for at least an hour more if possible. AJ said absolutely he'll be back in a month. Stuff is cooking. Stuff is cooking. Stuff is cooking. Maddie, John's mom, will get a rude awakening. When she gets a visit at her door with proof her son was unalived by 4 men, 2 sons, and 2 wives. I don't think so. He may try, but I don't think so. I think now that Karen's is over, they've let up on the gas a little bit. And I think these judges kind of sort of think that there's something shady. Lady Zelda, you remind me of Bowie Mandel. Oh. Well, see, I've done nothing but voices. My kids are little. Kermit the Frog here. That type of stuff. And it blows your vocal cords. And I mean, hello. So people, you are so funny, dear. Well, thank you, my darling. You gotta laugh in life, right? And the garage. Howie Mandel. I think I've heard that voice before, but I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, see, there's all kinds of. Have you ever done past life regression? No. And you know why? I don't really believe in it. I know. Now, I do believe that we get glimpses. People that have had this before get glimpses. But we are not supposed to live by the past. We are supposed to be living in the present so we can plan by the future. And in the Word of God, it says, we are here now. We are to live but once. And that's it. And so I have issues with that. And I'll tell you the story sometime, but it was because of a something, a little conference that I went to, the Peabody Hotel in Florida, where I met up with 5 Cleopatras. And they ended up getting into a fist fight during the conference. It was from California psychics and California astrology. That used to be a big thing. And then they just kind of went away a little bit. But I was at the Peabody. I was going to be talking. And I was in this conference. And in this conference, there are some people standing up and they're like, oh, yes, I was Cleopatra. And this one lady stands up and she said, you couldn't be because I was. And this other one in the back says, you guys are wrong. I was Cleopatra. And they were just like on each other. So I got up. It was my turn to speak. And you know me, no filter. And I got up there and I said, well, for all of you ladies who want to fight about Cleopatra, I'm not sure if you understand historically that she had relations with her brothers. She had relations with all kinds of different people. She unalived her slaves because she was plotting her own unaliving. She was about 4'10", and weighed about 146 to 152. That's a little on the portly side. So if you all want to fight because you think that you're going to be like Elizabeth Taylor and Cleopatra, I don't think that's anything much that I would be fighting for. Well, guess what? I got booed off the stage, and that was the end of that. But so there's some things I don't fall into that. Let's sell some books. I just don't fall into that. I believe in soul connections. I do not believe in soul mates. All mates are soul. All souls are mates. Every one of us, our souls knew each other before we came here. And when we go back, we will know each other again. You can have a soul connection. And those are very strong. And if you do a little research, biblically, esoterically, metaphysically, those connections are way stronger than any soulmate connection could ever be. So I'm sorry to blow everybody's mind, but that's anyway. So there we go. So I'm, let me see here. So I've got to, hold on. You see this person here, leaves me alone all day. Just a minute, sister. Just a minute, and don't bump anything. Oh, yeah, hello. Yes, I know, Angel. Okay, so here we go. There we go. Hello. Sit down. All right. Seeing these people don't help the allergies any, because, I don't know better. My son's bar mitzvah was at the Peabody. Oh, yes. I love that hotel too. Yes, I did, and we can play it if you want to. Okay, so let me catch up here because I didn't plan on. Hi there, my Amy, gorgeous girl. So there we go. Let me catch up, and then I got a few other things. Aunt Baby 2, thank you so much for your generosity. Let me get, oh my heck, here we go. Zelda, Hank was watching Turtle Boys. I saw that on Zoom during the Karen Reed trial. Have the card said anything about Hank replacing Cosgrove? No. It won't matter even if he does. The air has been depleted. The air has been taken out of the sails of Hank Brainin. I hate even thinking this, much less, no, don't worry about it. Tim Bradle, Mark Betterow has got this. Don't worry about it. He's okay. He's got this. Okay. That's right. Some are much stronger than others. That's absolutely correct. Soul connections will stay together during a lifetime. A soulmate usually is there only for a lesson, and when the lesson is learned, they can go on. It's not something you want. Okay, here we are. Let me see. Let me see something. Okay. All right. Do not. Oh, heck. Hold on, I've got to take this earring out because we know there is somebody that just can't, she can't help herself. And this is one of the gifted earrings that I got. Thank you so much. It's so beautiful. And the other one is a little on the different side too. I love that. I love it. Thank you. So, and my darlings, I just got to say this. Blessings to attorney Melanie. She lost her kitty. Her kitty passed away, sit down, in her sleep. So, okay, my darlings, let me tell you about this. I've got so much to tell you. Zelda, tell her we love her and give her kisses. Yes, she knows it. That's why she's here. This is her stream. I'm just here to run the board. Okay. So let me tell you this. So everybody, oh, I'm sorry, Rose. So everybody asked me what I was doing Wednesday night. It was Wednesday. I cannot believe it's just been, 3 days ago, when it feels like it's been 100 hours ago. So, pardon me. So, as soon as we were done, I couldn't eat. I got a drink. Pardon me. I took a shower, put some comfy clothes on, put the hair up, took the makeup off, and I went into my bedroom. I took a deck of cards and I worked. And I told Mrs. Marie, I said, I'm working from my bedroom. So I sat there and I started watching Turtle Boy. Now I'm going to tell you, Aiden, Turtle Boy, I have not laughed so hard in a long time. I would play it for you, but I would get a community strike. And he delivered this montage in Turtle Boy style. Only Turtle Boy can do that. We know what she does. Tickle Mommy knows. So he started on about Hank and the DA and the McAlberts and this one and that one. Let me tell you what he said. Beep, 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 and this loser, this beep, 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 and this beep, 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 And there you go. This beep, beep, beep. And that's there. Now you know. But the one thing that just literally slayed me, and I was howling, is he said, yeah. And when Lolly got done today, he went home and made a cheese sandwich. Now, I'm going to tell you, it was all I could do. A cheese sandwich. A cheese sandwich. That I laughed and laughed. I cannot help it. And I played it a couple of times, and it was like beep, 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 beep. There, I can tell you that. Beep, 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 beep. I was going on, and then he says, and Lolly went home and made a cheese sandwich. I thought I was just going to flip. And then he just kept going on and on and on. And then all of a sudden he was like, yeah, and it was so aggressive. And then he said, okay, so that's it. I thought I would he just ended it. Okay, that's just it. I thought I would split. And you know what? It was serious for him. And what he said was very truthful. But all of that, in fact, let's just do an honorary ham sandwich right now for all those who just don't know. This is Hank Brennan's new, Hank Brennan's new job, serving up ham sandwiches to all my friends. There we go, my darlings. And, all I can say is this.
Sit down, demon.
There we are. There we are. There we are. Ham sandwiches for all my friends. So I got to tell you, I love this. Where is he? Let me remove that. Okay. So, yeah. So this has been a ride for many people. But now we have crossed the threshold. Right, Amy? Right, Amy? I'm never going to get over that. But with Lolly, it's a cheese sandwich. When he said Lolly went home and made a cheese sandwich. I was howling. I couldn't help it. And I think it was just from all of this emotion that was in, all over. And it's like, oh my gosh, that was, and bless Turtle, he, if you didn't see it, you'll have to go back. He slammed these people. And I mean, he was calling them every sailor name in the book. Give me a second, because this chick has got my nose running, and I've got to do the thing. I'll be right back. Here I am, right as rain. Thank you so much. Okay. Patty says, Zelda, your son must have been like, what in the heck is going on? Well, he knows that I have just such an odd sense of humor, dry, sometimes things that don't make other people laugh, I howl at. And, it was just, I think because it was just a buildup of all of this emotion. Sorry, I've got a ringing in my ear. Woo, baby. It was all of this buildup of emotion, hearing Turtle Boy rant, and then all of a sudden hearing this. And Lolly went home to his meeting. Oh, okay. Anyway, you've got it, my darlings. Lolly went home to his mediocre house and ate his cheese sandwich. I thought I would split. And it was because, because think about this. our lives have really been put on hold. I've been cleaning house for days, and I mean cleaning clutter. I have taken bags out, and it's, listen, I'm not dirty, and it's not food wrappers and all that, but I'm just clearing clutter. Things I should have done a long time ago, like emptying the vacuums, doing this, doing that, cleaning out the refrigerator, cleaning out the freezer, cleaning out this cabinets, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Yes, resisting arrest, you have to watch it. You will, but I know all of you understand because we were, there you go, Diane C. Look how pretty you are. There you go. Everybody understands our lives were on hold. Yeah, I see these little hands going up in the chat. Our lives were on hold. I would get up in the morning. Look at this thing. No, you may not, sir. That was Shaggy Noodle. I would literally get up in the morning early. First thing, I would, do my little thing, get my mind right, grab an iced coffee, and I'd hit the Twitter. And then I would look to see, is there anything new filed? Is there anything else going on? Has anybody else been unalive to keep anybody? My mind was going down this. And then I would turn on the YouTube. Who's reporting what? What is happening? What's Aiden saying? What's this one saying? Okay, this one has a live today. I'm going to try to listen. You all know. Y'all know. Jen says, hi there, Jen. I've got to wait till it cools down to get my house where it's been so hot here this last week. It was 32 Celsius today. That's warm. That's warm. Hello, my darlings. Hello, V. Hello to all who's coming in. Amanda says, I was at work, ran out of my coffee with my phone. They said, you okay? I yelled, verdict, and sat in my car. Right? And you saw me. I'm sitting here pushing bad energy to these bad actors, all boomed up. My heck, what an embarrassment. But I didn't mind. I'll embarrass myself over that. It was all consuming. You are absolutely correct. I've got some little things here I need to announce. My goodness, Joe Ellen, look at that baby there. Seepin became a member. Thank you so much, my darlings. Thank you. Thank you. Team Read Free. Look at those little babies. Happy, such a happy week and weekend. Absolutely. Florida fan, I got you, my darling. Luann, honorable mention as well. Nicole M. gifted 5 the ladies Zelda memberships. Bless you. Bless you. And then we got Aunt BB too. And you don't have to worry, girl. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. So there we go. Chris says, I was in the middle of Costco food court crying, right? It's like, seriously, I'm so glad that I worked from home. It was almost like the world stopped. Seriously, my son could have come running in here and said, Mom, we have alien spaceships landing in the golf course behind us. And I would have said, oh, before I run out there, I got to get this verdict. I got to hear the verdict. Before I'm worrying about any spaceships, got to get the verdict. Got to get the verdict. Nicole, it was an emotional with free Karen Reed. And then you see the clown shows with Proctor's. I got a lot to say on that. Okay. Those interviews with Proctor, he's gotten a little portly, hasn't he? Perhaps he's not out manicuring the lawn as much as what he should. Patty, thank you. You are all the best. We all feel things with emotions and love. That's right. V says, I screamed when I woke up my cat. Jen says, I'm in the UK, Great Britain. We've been going through a heat wave. And that's not, is Royal Ascot, is it Royal Ascot Week? You guys, Royal Ascot Week? I got to tell you about the Royal Ascot. This may not mean anything to anybody, but I'm going to tell you what, I follow this. They have been playing Pride and Prejudice at Pemberley. That's where Fitzwilliam Darcy lived in the castle. And they are playing it for the crowds to see. I'm like, can I be there? Listen, watching those type of movies, all of Jane Austen's, all of those has ruined my dating life. Thank you. But I don't care. Thank you. Thank you. I was watching Mitzi before I came over here. I'm so glad. Butt dial verdict 227. You know what? Thank you, Misbehaving, because Turtle said when he looked at the verdict, and I think they're going to do anything that they could. He said it was 227 when that first verdict went in. 227. You know what that means. She never watched the trial, but was very happy it was done. Probably because I talked her ear off about it. There you go. There you go. They look even more guilty on the interviews. Unless he said it was 3. Yeah, they came back with the final one at 3. But it was 227 when they got that first, that psych. Hi, Mama Bear. 99. Oh my gosh, look at this face. Hi, Zelda. So happy the verdict came in this week. Hopefully, Mr. Reed is having a second Father's Day this week. Her parents have been through so much. I have such respect for her parents. I wouldn't be, I get it. I would never be the same. And right, Captain, look at this. Look at this, my darlings. My stream crashed at 227. It literally crashed. If you were here. I had 2 streams going, you and another. So even when yours crashed, I was like, no, right? You should have seen me. I was like, what? No. Right? Oh, that interview. Jen forgot to tell Brian Albert the story changed about when she woke them up, right? I was going, where's Chloe? Can you tell us where Chloe is? Where's Chloe? Where was Chloe? Where was Chloe? You didn't say anything about a dog barking. Where was Chloe? Where was Chloe? Where was Chloe? Hi there, my darling. Freed is right. So composed, there is a reason my name is Mama Bear. There you go. Alessi said it was 3 p.m. He was spot on. He's very intuitive, Alessi. And I can tell you what, he is very, I think he's like empathic. I think it was the foreman said in the paper that the guy got nervous and wanted to call it back, but then said, okay, I know what it was about. They wanted to make sure that the verdict the form was filled out correctly. There you go. Patty at Legacy Place, Dedham tomorrow morning. Our last standout, 10 a.m. noon. Now, I'm going to tell you this. Haya said, I was here. I looked at the time when your stream crashed. To me, the sign from the great divine. I think so too. Sue, is she I didn't know that, okay? I did not know that. Now, I'm going to say this. Morrissey Meatball, you know his big statement to the press? He doesn't mind coming out and saying, Colin Albert was not there. This has to stop. It has to stop. And yet, Morrissey comes out and makes a statement. Here it is, quote, the jury has spoken, unquote. 4 words, the jury has spoken. Big cake hold, big blowhard, in my opinion. And that's all he can say. I'll tell you why. Because he has the O'Keefes and the McAlberts so mad at him because he promised them. And I bet you, Hank Breenan said, oh yeah, we'll nail her. Yeah. And that's why they came up with, oh, each one of us were threatened to be unalived. Well, you were there and you did nothing for John. Nothing. There's a man passed out in the snow. There's a man passed out in the snow. Hank has said nothing so far. That's right, Sue. He has said nothing. There's not been one statement come out. The last time, Karen didn't even get out of the parking lot of the court. And they went out and said, oh, we're going to do this again. We're going to do this again. Honey, there's stuff brewing. There are things cooking. The reason that they said all this is because they're gearing up. They want to try to have defamation suits. Watch. I hope so. Because then Karen can pull all these people in and they can plead the fifth, and they plead the fifth, game over. I'm not a lawyer, but hello. Amanda, new Democratic DA came out and said he needs to go he allocates more than a third of his operating budget to persecution of Karen Reed. I saw that. It's disgraceful. People of Canton and all over Norfolk County, there's a woman calling for Morrissey to resign. Yep. She's running for his office. Come on, people, clean that ugly county up. It needs to be fumigated. I'll go up there and do a cleansing. Watch the evil run. Watch it all go. I'll take on that evil thing, evil blowout. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I'll take her on any day of the aisle. Bring it. He said there's spiritual, mental, and physical and social tank. That's right. There's Sam, the girl in the portrait. You cannot come up here, honey. I've got one too many here. In a little bit, as soon as she goes to sleep, you get to come up here. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. See, I sit here all day and then hello and purring. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the cat house. Who needs one of those cat climber thingies when they have me? All right. Let's see. Well, the 23rd will be significant. And I believe the 28th will be too. Next month is going to be rip roaring. I'm going to tell you, Karen is laying low. I saw her the other day and they said, do you know who unalived John? And she said, oh, look out now. Look out. Okay. I say look out because she's just all of a sudden will go, well, her head will spin around and she'll spit out pea soup stuff. But I saw Karen say, I have to be careful because I am going to avoid a defamation. She knows. She knows. She knows. Sit. There we are. Oh, the babe. Oh, yeah. Hello. There'll probably be one or two more. Zelda, Norfolk County can handle it if they choose to. Yep. Sam, Al, double-decker kitties. The kitty cam. I should, you know what I should do? I should do a 24-hour live stream and just put it on them. Sleeping in the windowsill. Hello. There we are, right, Laura B? Oh my. And you can't say no because they fight. It's like, okay, I'll come back with a vengeance. Thank you. Born a Hawkeye, there were several house-sitting jobs available in Massachusetts that I could have taken. I'd rather stay in my car, honey. You know what? I understand that mindset. I understand. I've been invited to go up there, and until this calms down, the energy is so thick you can cut it with a knife. And no. Haya says, I grew up in Norfolk County. That place definitely needs a cleaning. Sure does. I would take my iron with me. It's the best thing, Hawkeye. Equal parts. All these references to Norfolk County sort of alarm me. It's not just Norfolk County. It's anywhere. It's where you live. It's where I live in places I've lived. This is small town power. You're right. I've lived it. I could name towns like no tomorrow. And by the way, Andrea Burkhart, she's, I think, involved with the charge. I mean, the charge of the light brigade type stuff. You know what I mean. With the, Sammy said, with the Delphi case. So there's going to be things going on there too. Lady Z's Peapod, yep. Hi, Kimberly. Welcome, my darlings. And if you're coming in, please do me a favor. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. If you get a chance, go watch the body language guys, specifically the video language of Albert McCabe's interview. Yes. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what I do with these videos. What I do is I watch them without the sound. Do you know how much you can pick up? Like Brian Albert, when Jen was talking about the Google search at 227, Brian Albert gave her a look like, Cal, you just can't stay off that bloody phone, can you? That it was a message look like, and if we warned you, and you just got to be on that daggone phone. Yeah. Yeah, he's very good, Kim, isn't he, though? Pippi, hi. Oh, look. When I was a baby, my grandparents lived in a tiny town. The safe deposit box at the bank were robbed, and the entire town supported the banker. I get it. I get it. There is yeah. So I made a list of things I need to announce. Okay, my darlings, don't forget tomorrow is our big members only live at True Oracle. Race over there, hang out there. I don't know. The other day we had more memberships than we had people over there. In fact, I got a membership for over there because there wasn't enough people over there, and people give memberships. I will be reading cards at 2 p.m. Eastern here tomorrow. Wow, I cannot believe that. 2 p.m. came up quick, didn't it? 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon Eastern. That's New York time. We're going to read cards for, I don't know, maybe a couple of hours. I'm going to be answering your questions. And there we go. So there we go. Oh, did you, AD? Very good. Very good. So, hi there, born better with Irish. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm looking over everything. I want to make sure I'm saying this. Let me see. Is it this? Is it this? You know, the two things, and then we can move on. This case was not about getting the truth. We all know that. This case was not about getting the truth. This case was all about covering the truth. They wanted to get Karen so bad. And the other thing is, we have an actor that is missing. The actor that is missing is Higgy Baby. He did not sign that statement. He wasn't anywhere around. He is a throwaway. But he may be the smartest one of all, my darlings. Do you know why? He probably has lawyered up again. And his lawyer probably said, don't you dare. Don't you dare associate with these people. Don't you dare go around them. Don't you dare make a statement. Don't you go anywhere that you could be seen with them. Smart. Smart. But I'm also going to tell you, if things heat up, they will toss it onto Higgy. They will come up with this. Well, you know what? Because there's one thing I want you to remember, what little Maddie McCabe said today. Hello and welcome. Something little Maddie McCabe said, and that was, the guy never came in the house. No, he came in the garage. Do you think we're that stupid to not parse your words? So that's what they're saying. He didn't come in the house. No, he came into the garage. He was probably led to the basement because it shows his Apple stuff shows that he went up and down 3 flights of stairs. And when he said, when John remote viewing said, they put me in a cold and dark place. Matter of deduction, because I could never figure it out. I kept thinking, well, is there a room in the basement? Is there someplace? No, it's a freaking garage. And then Brian Albers, well, I never used the garage. Oh, no. How many unalived bodies do you have in that garage? You know what? I got to say this. I have to be careful. I got to be careful. I don't want to get a strike. How many times are they going to try to shovel that load of crap down our throats? Because we all know they're full of the brown stuff. When he said the guy never came in the house, and they asked Brian Albert, oh no, he never came in the house. That evil so-and-so. Of course he didn't. He came in the garage. And the garage. And the garage. And the garage. They think that they're so smart. They think that they are above it. But when they start getting visits again, and I don't know if you heard this from Alan Jackson when he was talking to Howie Carr, they talked about the alphabet agency, and he said, you know, I've been a prosecutor for how many years, worked on all kinds of cases, and I never have heard where the alphabet soup has announced to the targets. What's that tell you? Has announced to the targets that it's over. Well, of course, they're going to announce to the targets that they're over. You know why they do that? Maybe Reddington, who is Blowout Jen's attorney, hasn't informed her. But maybe, just maybe, because the alphabets can tell you whatever they want to. Maybe they want them to relax a little bit. Because when you relax, you make mistakes. You misstep. You say things you shouldn't. Blah, blah. And thank you so much. Cheryl has gifted 10 memberships over on the True Oracle side. Y'all better get over there and say hello and be ready for tomorrow at 2 p.m. when we're going to be reading cards. I'm sorry, but I've worked around with military agencies, law enforcement, all kinds of things. And I got to tell you, my darlings, never. And then when Brian says, oh, I didn't know I had to go outside. I'm a Canton cop. I'm a Boston cop. I'm not a Canton cop. You loser. What do you mean? There's a cop on your front lawn. There's somebody on your front lawn. You're not going to get up, you loser, and go out and see what's going on. It's law enforcement. What about Brothers in Blue? Hello. What you must think, though, that we have stupid tattooed on our foreheads. The founder of ridiculousness. I saw something here. I want to go back. I want to go back. Hi, Shane. Hello, my darling. I'm loving those glasses. Hi, Zelda. I'm watching you from Ontario, Canada. That's what sometimes the Germans say. Sorry. Canada. If anyone got hit by a car, they would be toast. Yep. That's right, Christine. The alphabet has a license to lie. And oh, you saw how Hanky, oh, you guys are breaking my heart. I got to lean up here on the table. And y'all saw how Hanky was so proud to announce that, as though he had an accomplishment in the court, that he had a bigger box of crayons than anybody else. Wah. What a wipe hole, right? Sorry. Smiles, I know. Mental note to talk to you specifically so you can get the gift, right? Devers. Pronunciation of garage. I've tried to pronounce it in that way, but my mouth can't do it. It's like she swallowed the letters. The garge. Did she say garge? Or garge or something like that? So, I don't know. I know exactly what you mean, though. Officer Devers, who needs a trim. Exactly why we let them know in advance that they're still watching them. They must feel, see, you're dealing with evil. And evil always believes it will win. I got to tell you this. It is written in the Holy Word that in the end, I've read the back of the book. I've not written it. Hello, I wasn't there. But I've read the back of the book. Evil does not win. And yet the devil works around thinking he's going to come out. You know why? I'll explain to you why. Because the devil also knows he's not going to win, and he's so petty that he just wants to take more people with him to hurt our Father. That's what it works. That's what it's all about. He knows he can't win. So he wants to hurt our Father that much more and take whomever wants to go with him. Do you know, I got to tell you this. Do you know there's going to be a day that we will all surround that pit that devil will be in? And it is written that we will all say, "What? He's the one that we were so afraid of. He's the one." Meaning, you mean that scrawny little something? He was the one who caused so much havoc? That's why these bad actors are so convinced. They are so convinced that they are going to win. They are going to rise above, and they are above this, is because they have this false sense of evil security. Have you ever heard of that? Hello, Bilby? Have you ever heard of that? A false sense of evil security. That's what happens. That's what happens. Hiya, hello. Just give me a second here. I am torn up with all these. Denise, hello. Welcome to you, my darling. Welcome. And Cheryl, 10 gifted Fate and Fortune True Oracle memberships. Bless you. Laura Lynn is a new member. Look at that very happy, beautiful face. And look at you, Haya, the beautiful artist. Go check her out on Insta. There you go. Suji, you are incredibly blue. Work or no work. Thank you. If you're talking to me, if you're talking to me, thank you. But we have a lot of other very beautiful people, beautiful women in the chat too. So I'm going to spread that around just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Linda, hi, my darling. Look at you, smiling. What a life to live, right? Always looking over your back. That's what the bad actors will be living until someone talks. Somebody will be talking. Somebody will be talking if they haven't already been singing, because they can't help themselves. They have to get on social media and brag. How many times have I ever seen that where it's just like, shut up. You want to tell these people, shut up. Wait a minute. Shut up. I don't like to even say that, but to them, I don't care. Shut up. Hide in the background. Don't come out. They want a Netflix show, my darlings. They want people to feel sorry for them. We all see. We are not doom and blind. Right? Stop self-snitching. Stop. Nicole, anyone watch Auntie Deb yesterday morning? He had Laura Alession. She's like her dad, laid back. I want to tell you, what a beautiful young woman. What a beautiful young woman. Holy moly. Is she just not, she's beautiful inside and out. Her mother must be completely stunning. I mean, you can tell, not a, what do I want to say? Not a stuffy bone in her body. Loves her dad, but it cracks me up because she said people have been sending her messages that they think her dad is so hot and all this. And she's like, ooh. Oh, I get it. I'm in both friends but lost. It's okay. I'm going to hang out for a while. That's why I came over here. I'm in both rooms. but lost other. Okay, my darling, you do what makes you feel good. Resisting arrest, I'm sure the jury knew what was meant by the other agency. They are a smart bunch, of course. And you know what the foreman did? He came out and made a statement and said, look, basically, I'm going to paraphrase, look, I'm a black man. If somebody was unalived on my yard, they'd be in my house. And boy, did he not speak the truth, right? That's very unfortunate and very right. Deanna, hi, darling. She is very intelligent. Very. She's a personal trainer. Really, I didn't know that. You know, I got to tell you guys something that I saw on the Talkie Tick and on the Book of Faces. You guys are going to laugh, but I want to do this so bad. Well, first of all, you see my background, right? How many of you have seen Laura Croft when she does the bungee jumping thing in her castle? I don't want to go that far, but there is such a thing of bungee exercising. Oh man, would I love to try that. Just had to say that, but I would love that. Love the fact that she said her dad wants to start his own YouTube. Oh, can you just imagine how he will be absolutely flooded? He'll probably make more money on YouTube with less stress. Think about it. Think about the people just swarming to talk to him. Question. Here's another thing. He's a big partner in a big law firm. He said he was handling other cases the same time as Karen Reed. How, sir? How? I can't even run my vacuum and walk into the kitchen to put a pot of water on for pasta during this. Hello? My heck. How do and listen, I do want to send him a message that say, I have binder envy. I do. I have binder tabs. Oh, because she was saying, his daughter, Laura Alessi, was saying, he color codes a man after my own heart. He color codes highlighters and tabs. Maybe you should be more organized, Mr. Alessi. Hello? Right? Hello. Hello. New member, Mama Bear 9903. Bless you, my darling. Look at you, Purple Ninja. Their body language is screaming guilty in the interview last night. Of course they were. Of course. Laura Croft, listen, I cannot find that original movie. I love that original movie. I would love to watch. I cannot find it. If anybody knows where the original Laura Croft and my son, let me put the comments up here so everybody can see. And my son, when he was younger, would play Laura Croft. That whatever it was. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that was so fun. What a life, right? Hello. He's a gentleman's gentleman. Isn't that the truth? Oh man. Hey, Zelda, I've been meaning to ask you, and I keep forgetting, do you have a Patreon channel? I do. I do have Patreon. It is in the description. I do have Patreon, but here's what's happening. I'm trying to find, and I need to ask Richie who he uses for videos, because what happens is I make special videos, but then you are limited on how you upload the video into your channel. And if I do it in YouTube, the problem is YouTube comes after me and will do you got stricken. Just to give you a little the other day on our verdict watch, I was using Law and Crime. And do you know that Law and Crime came after me? And I lost my monetization on that video for that. And of course, I fought it and I appealed and everything else. Oh no, Law and Crime. So anyway, but anyway, back to the future. I do have Patreon. It is in the description. Thanks for asking. So I haven't uploaded because I'm looking for, and there I get a little bit more on the different side of things. It makes you maybe make you stop and question. Yeah. Is it on Tubi? I looked, Chris. I'll have to look. There's a video of Laura A at the gym doing the leg machine pushing stuff. Woof. Woofy. That's marvelous. I love your curvy cougar. I love that name. I love your backdrop. Could love as a wallpaper in my bedroom. Well, listen. Tell me something. If you can take a screenshot of this, let me know if you can take a screenshot of this video. Let me know that, okay? Let me know that. Oh, Zelda, that's terrible. I'm sorry that it happened. Oh, well, it happened. It's all a part, you know? Oh, Zelda, long crime go after everyone too. Yeah. I wish I would have known that. But I didn't. Lesson learned. Because we're going to be looking at a lot more. So let me know. Yes, I can. Okay, everybody give me a second. My darling, I'm going to go off camera just for a minute so you can take a screenshot. And then what you can do is take this to like Kinko's or something like this and have it blown up. And if you can't make it as big as wallpaper, what you can do, because I know what you're wanting like a mural. If you can't, you might be able to. So hold on, my darlings, hold on. I'm going to disappear for a minute for our girl. So give me a second. Taking this off, taking this off, taking this off. Gotta, nope, take that off. I'm going to get ready, my darling, get ready. Here we are. Okay, so you may have to, this down here on the left, I can't get rid of. You may have to, you can actually put it in Canva and use what they call a magic eraser. But I'm going to disappear for a minute. You go ahead and you take your screenshot. Ready? 2, 3, 2, 1. Oops. Let me get it for you. Let me see. Oh, wait, here, I can do this. I'll do this. Take your screenshot, darling. Oh, my heck. I got it, but wrong screen. Oh, okay. Okay. Look at this thing. Looks like she just woke up and got it. Okay, my darlings. Good, good, good. I designed this, so nobody else has got it but you. I design all my backdrops because I know what I want in the castle. Don't even ask me what's in the background because I don't know. See all those goodies there? Lots of spools and all kinds of different things. I have no idea. Okay, Amy, hello. Okay, well, I can't put that on here, honey. Thank you, Amy, though. Thank you. Gotcha. because I get in trouble when I put that stuff on here. Gosh, you wouldn't think so, but anyway, it is what it is. Thank you so much. Petra, look. Good morning, dear Zelda and all of you. Lovely greetings from Night Shift from Czech Republic. Night Shift. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a beautiful apothecary. Thank you so much. All right, let me check my list. Okay, so we've got everything ready for tomorrow. Everybody look for the announcement and I'll make the link for tomorrow. Thank you, though. Oh, my devices are going off by themselves. My iPad, and two phones, and one of them is not hooked up to the internet. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. I don't know what happened, but we're here for it. There we are. There we are. Okay. It's the energy. Hello. I worked in the pharmaceutical industry for over 30 years. Oh my goodness. That has to be tough. Knowing that it's saying it's EVP time. Yes, I think it is. Chatty tonight. Absolutely. Right, AD? Chris said, oh, hello. Goodbye. Okay, Samily Doodle. I put this towel over because I got to tell you, the kitty stuff just makes my nose athletic. So here we go. Let me put my earring back in because I feel like I'm lopsided. Maybe John O'Keefe, I know he wants to talk. I've been talking to him a little bit today. So I'm wondering if we should use, I know a lot of people don't like it. Should we do like what we did the last time? Remember how we had the one going? We had the one going and then we had the other one that everybody really likes. Hi there. I have you on YouTube and on Kick. Okay, hi. Thanks for being on Kick. Zelda, I had a dream last night that was bringing Sandra to the front to talk. We're going to get there because there's some things that are happening with Sandra. I got some papers of Sandra's. Zelda, when the verdict was read, I know, I get it. Deanna, tomorrow's my dad's birthday. He would be 95. He is forever home with Mama. Oh, rest. May you rest well, sir, and happy birthday to you. You like the voice one? Oh, well, look who's back. Come on. Why not? Any port in a storm. Get your little hiney up here, girly. Oh, sorry, Sam. Sorry, Sam. Okay, here we are. She gets ugly sometimes. All right, so here we are. Zelda, when the verdict was announced, I was in my yard and Raven flew by and landed so close to me. Maybe it was Poe. Maybe the Poe energy. Maybe. Spirit box gives me a headache. Okay. Screenshot is perfect. I rewound so I get it perfect. Thank you, Zelda. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, maybe the Navy base here is playing Retreat. Is it Retreat or is it the Is it sun going down? Is it retreat or at the end of the day? Been on that base stuff. I saw the interview with Alberts and the rest of them. I found it odd, the body language. Yes, from Brian Albert was very right. Voice one. Both. Deanna, happy birthday. I like the voice one better because the different voices, and you can tell one from another. It gave me a headache also. I know, I don't know what to do because I want everybody to be happy. And you can't, it's like you can't turn it down. Keep the spirit box on mute. It still works the same, not the one with the voices. I can keep the other one on mute, but I'm talking the one on the voices. Do both of them? Kind of weird he had under control. Maybe do a cleanse. I did the cleanse already to make sure that Nicole H. Okay, so here's what I think we do. Let me put these things down. Oh, mommy called you a thing. Okay, don't change for me. No, it's okay. Watch the closed caption, no volume. Okay, I love the spirit box. No, for the chat. Gotcha. My son said at retreat because I kept calling it ghetto tabs. Oh, okay. Okay, got it. So I've already done a cleansing for all this before we got started because I thought we were going to get the EVPs done earlier before now. Okay, let's be careful what we say in the chat, please, because we have to be careful. Please, please, please. Please, please. Oh, no, wait a minute. Uh-oh. YouTube just banned Daffy. Let me see if I can save her. Oh, boy. How do I get her back? Okay, I don't know how to get Daffy back. No, you're fine. You're fine. Some of these things I don't do. And it's the algorithm in YouTube that'll do it. And that's why I have to be careful. Okay, I don't know where to get her back. No, you don't need a timeout. No. Oh, there she is. Okay. Thank you, AD. Thank you. Yeah, because that was a word that, we got to be, and I didn't do it. I just want you to know. I just saw it on my end where it said, okay. Okay, AD got you. AD got your back. We got your back. It was the A word. So we have to be careful. Yes, we got you. I'm not going to let you go. So, all right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. AD strong. Yes, she is now. AD grabbed her before it was something that we couldn't fix. All right, my darlings, here we go. Good, Daffy, good. Here we are. Let me get this going. Now I'm muting this. This is muted. And this should be the updated version. And then Let me see if I can get the other one on here. Yeah, I'm putting that together. Oh, the baby ate. Yes. Here we go. Wow. Hold on. Now, disclaimer, this may get a little intense tonight because it was a little intense when I had it on today. Okay. This thing was, and you're safe, you're okay. This has an EMP. Boozy, my darling, hi. Hi. There's my girl. I watch her on the Talkie Tick every night, late night. She's posting like no tomorrow. No, get off. All right, here we go. Okay, everyone, here we go. Welcome. We are asking for the energy of Officer John O'Keefe to come through. His energy only. Feeling. Okay. No. Okay. And we are asking that no other energy comes in. You are not allowed. We command it. You will not come through. We love you, Boozy. Summary. Thanks for being here, honey. Thanks for being here. This is my boss. How do you do? I don't know what it said. But welcome. Hi. Welcome. Hide. Look at this. Hide. Welcome. Welcome. Love having you here and love your beautiful wife. Thanks for being here. I'm going to put the comments up here so you can see them. Hide. Feeling and hide. Honey, I can believe it. You are in the trenches. You've been in the trenches. Aunt. Which aunt? Which aunt? Which aunt? Tanta's. Come on. Which aunt? Okay, we have to be careful what we put in the chat, my darlings. Oh my God, I got chills. Did you hear what it said? People, let me know. Did you just hear what it said? Zelda, my husband, is amazed on how spot on you are. I told him she is top. Elizabeth, you darling. Thank you, hubby. So glad that you're here. Did anybody hear what it said? It said, I was already D-A-D. D-E-A-D. It said, I was already D-E-A-D. I was already D-E-A-D. Whoa. I'm glad I have my big protector here. Sometimes you get weird things like that, my darlings. Did you hear it, Dee? Right? So were you that way when they put you in the garage? Did you feel that way when you were in the garage, John? Kelly's got her headphones on. Amanda says, Zelda, I still have goosebumps over that one. Yeah, that one kind of got to me a bit. That got to me a bit. I didn't hear what that said. Jocelyn, my darling, we'll be there. That's the same voice twice. I don't know what it's saying. Let's be careful what we put in the chat, please, my darlings. I do not want the same thing that happened to Daffy just a minute ago happen again. I might be able to go back and look. Hi, Candy, my darling. Hi. Boozy, that does sound like a police. There's one time that it really sounds like a police radio. I cannot. Sorry, my nose is itching because it said it was quick. If I'll repeat it for you. You okay, Sissy? Don't sneeze on me, please. Some I can't understand. That one was very clear. I was already fear. Look at this. I was already D-E-A-D. I can't spell because I was so excited. Pardon me, my darlings. You know the drill. I'll be right back. Ow. What? Oh, Boozy, do tell. I can send. You want to come on? I'll send you a link. Let me know if you want to come on. I'll send you a link, and you can tell us. If you want to do that, let me know. You don't have to. You can come on and talk. You don't have to put your camera on. Do you want to do that? Let me know. I'll send you a link. Darling Daffy, my darling. My arms, look, they're little. And my arms feel like my knuckles are going to be dragging. Yes, Boozy. Okay. Last. Fear them last. What does this mean? What is that word, everyone? It's not Hibatoba. Boozy, do you want to come on, my darling? Pretty. Oh. If you want to come on and tell us, my darling booty. Beauty. Look, I am so shook. Beauty. If you want to come on, BB, I'll send you a link. You can? Okay. You want me to send you the link on your where I sent you stuff before? I'll turn this down so then we can hear you. In fact, what I'll do, I'm going to turn it off. Boozy will come on. I do not know what that word was. Hematose. I don't know what it is. No, she needs a particular link, my darling. Let me grab this link. I have to invite her. I'm going to invite her on. Hematose is a toucher of souls. Really? Wow. Demonic being trapped in another plane of existence. Wow. Okay, Boozy, I'm going to send you the link. Give me a second. I'm going to send it on that place that we talked before. Okay? There, I sent it to you, my darling. You should have it. Trapped in another plane of existence, known for being able to grab the souls of another victim's nightmares. Well, guess what? Manipulate. Look at this. We know what that's all about. Thank you, everyone, for sending that through. Can be a name for a demonic entity, aka Brian and Jen. The red stuff in the medical terminology, okay, which is the prehema. Got it. You guys are right on this. Thank you so much. Take your time, Boozy. Take your time, my darling. Just take your time. Let me know if you, I think you got it. Let me know. It should work for you. It should work. I sent Boozy walk. Walk like a man, talk like a man, walk like a man, my son. Good morning from Aussie. Good morning to you. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to each and every one. He's digging. Okay, so there's some upset there. There's some upset. They're not going to walk. No, they're not going to walk. Digging deeper is what everybody, believe me. Reflection. I think what this is now, I'm just going to say this. Everybody has been so tense that we've just been like, and now that it's over, look at all this emotion coming out. Think of Turtle Boy. Think of each and every one of us coming out to say, and I've turned this other one off in the back. Our dear Beauty said, give her 2 minutes. She can come on whenever she wants. We're going to be here for a minute. So I think what it is just, it's this serious emotion bit. Now, this is energy that we're dealing with. Miss Reed, you're all set. Oh my gosh, we know you, my darling. You changed your name. I love it. Miss Reed, you're all set. You know what? I'm going to tell you what made me mad, and I'm going to read this beautiful little message. This whole time, this fake barracuda type energy coming after Karen. And in the end, oh, okay, well, we'll give her 24 months. Okay, we're going to do her a favor. Oh, I'll be glad to do that. Okay, Miss Reed, you're all set. What? You treated her like complete trash for 3.5 years. Actually, 3 years, 16 days, and however many, or however 16 months, and however many, I don't know what it was. They sat there in the interview and said, nobody is protecting us. You've been protected when Karen was wrongfully prosecuted for 3.5 years. The DA was protecting you. His job is over. He made promises he can't keep. So, and did you hear what was her face? Julie? Oh, don't ever be a witness. Oh, like you don't have, see, Karen is going to be rebuilding. You do not have a choice. There's a witness or there's not. Let me tell you something. This brings up something, Coco. Yes. Oh, whatever. One of my friends, I'm not gonna say who it is watching. Had some friends in Jersey over this yesterday. They sent me video of this woman walking up to this person and actively doing this with something in her hand. And it was horrendous. They caught it like this on video. They stopped their car. They yelled at this house. House. They yelled at this person. See, house. They yelled at the person. They were driving down the road. They saw this happen. They yelled at the hurt person. They stopped the car. And when this person saw that she was getting this attention, she did it even that much more. It made me so ill. It made me so ill last night. I couldn't eat. And I'm going to tell you why. Anytime when I see, and I've seen stuff happen before in real life, when there is a bad spirit, entity, demonic type thing around, the only way I can explain it is, do you ever go into a place that is really, really hot, like, and there's pavement, and you can see the heat just rising. It's like in waves. It's like a desert heat or heat coming off a pavement. That's what was happening around this. It happens all the time. I know exactly what, and it was happening around this person. It was all I could do to just not gag. It was horrible. It was like vapors, absolutely. You may get a echo because I've got so much on here that I've got all my devices turned down. Some are off, everything else, but there just may be an echo. So I just wanted to, there's massive energy here tonight. House. Yeah, you were in that house, John. You know it. You were in that house. You were in that house. This kind of video, I would love to take. Are you ready, Boozy? Are you ready? Let me bring on this beautiful lady to the stage. Here we go. There she is. Hi, my darling. Can you hear okay?
I can hear you. Oh my God. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone. This is our own Boozy Beauty. Welcome to the live. What a week. So what happened, my darling? What happened?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for being you, Zelda, because you've always been kind. And I just want to say, like, you've always reached out a hand to someone in need, if you can get my drift.
Oh,
You've always been
I
very,
know.
very kind.
Oh, thank
Given
you.
given everything that's been going on, you've been one of the standouts of people that have just expressed without wanting anything in return. So for that, I want to say thank you.
You're
Um,
welcome.
and also to your chat, likewise, has always been like that as well.
Aren't they wonderful?
One of the kindest chats I think I've ever possibly been in.
They are wonderful. I think I have the best chat here. I really do. I
You
have the best chat on YouTube. I
you
brag
really
about it all
do.
the time.
You
Yes.
really do. But that's also a testament to you too, because
Thank you.
you don't allow certain behavior, which I appreciate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So
Yeah.
what happened? What happened, my darling? What happened to you?
Well, first, let me preface the story by this. Um, I have always gone out of my way to try to not speak negatively about the family. And I can already feel some eye rolls from people that are probably watching. But I have. I've always tried to be kind when it came to the family members, even though I
Mhm.
wholeheartedly disagree with the Commonwealth's theory because I believe in physics and anatomy and the things.
Right.
Um, but I have, regardless, even the civil suit, I've tried to, take a different approach. And it's obvious that I now know for a fact that they don't like me because of what happened after the verdict. So, um, if you guys don't know me, I am a local. My main thing is TikTok. That's where the bulk of people know me from. You also may know me from the Canton Chronicle every Sunday night on YouTube, where we speak not just Karen, but Sandra Birchmore and Canton local issues and the like. So I've always realized that me speaking out, being a county resident, may ruffle some feathers, but that's also because I do know a family member from high school.
Okay.
Um, I should say knew of, because there is some past there, not with me directly, but with one of my best friends. But this was also 20 years ago, we're talking. Um, Little did I know that this person still had feelings about me. Um,
Okay.
so Wednesday after the verdict, it was probably around 6 o'clock. I went to, I was with a couple of, freak and read people, and I met up with my friend John and another Canton local at a Dedham bar. It's like a divey Polynesian restaurant called the Tahiti.
Nice.
And well, listen, I went there the week before and I had really good crab rangoons. And to be honest, that's all I really wanted because I was hungry.
I love it. I love it. Why not? Why not?
It had been a long day for a lot of us, and I just wanted to go and have a celebratory crab rangoon. Um, it just it just so happens that this bar is across the street from the VFW, which obviously we know that's where they all are.
Oh yeah.
However, I did not go out of my way to go over there. I went straight into the Tahiti. I went straight into the Tahiti, and we were there maybe 15 minutes. And I talked to them for like literally 10 minutes, and I was like, oh, I need to make a video about this Mike Proctor interview, because I actually found out about it a few weeks ago. And I told my TikTok about it because I had a producer's friend reach out to me,
I remember
and I
that.
was like, oh my God. Yeah. And people doubted me for that. I was like, oh my God, it's actually coming out. So I went to go outside away from the noise. And the moment I'm walking out, in come three of John O'Keefe's cousins. And the first two saw my pink shirt involvement. And the first
Mhm.
two, the
It
kind of
said
give,
cast before that. It said
uh,
cast before that.
oh God.
Yeah.
So I was walking out, and the two cousins just kind of gave me a double take. notice my pink shirt, but it was the third cousin that I knew from high school. And I know some of you are going to be asking who. It was Renee.
Okay.
And she looked me in the face, gave me an up and down, gave me a dirty look, and verbally said, "Ew, of course." And I was like, oh God, here we go. I completely unprovoked. I
It's
didn't do anything. I just walked out the door. That's it. That's literally all I did. So I went around the corner. They walked into the bar. I immediately called my friend John and I was like, oh my God, Renee's here. And he's like, I'll be right out. You can't miss John. You couldn't miss where we were because when you were walking in, you could see the table we were at. So they obviously saw the group I was with. They went to leave. John followed them. They went across the parking lot. Now, mind you, I didn't say anything. I'm around the corner of the Tahiti, but they can still see me. And when they went into their vehicle, before they went in, one of them screamed at me, "Be careful of my SUV, it may run into you."
Oh,
Yeah,
that sounds like a veiled threat, if you ask me.
it is. It is. It was. They were clearly angry that I was there. I know it hadn't been an emotional day. I get it. I understand grief. I've been through it time and time again. But at the same time, completely unprovoked, I didn't do anything. Yes, I have it on video if they try to deny it. I caught it. I have it. Not only that, I looked over at John and I was like, oh my God, did you just hear that? And he goes, I sure did. And he was also with another local resident who was at their car that also heard it as well. So I have two witnesses that heard them say it. You think it would end there. It doesn't.
Oh, gosh.
They get into their SUV. So John and I go back into the restaurant. And lo and behold, there was actually someone else outside that wasn't with our group that just so happened to be actually checking in on them because they heard that there was a reporter across the street, and there was. So at this time, this girl is filming their interactions. I'm sure some of you know the name John Jackson, who was college friends of John O'Keefe's. At
Yes.
this at
Yes.
this Okay, so at the same time, he was helping Tara, the ex-girlfriend. Her
Mm-hmm.
car had some car problems, so she had propped open her car, and a couple of them are over there helping. And then he randomly left her with the hood of her car open to go do an interview. So that was on the news, and I was like, oh, that's
Was,
weird because
was that with Vinny? Was that with Vinny?
no,
Okay.
this was right across the street from the VFW. I believe it was with either Channel 4 or Channel 5. I can't remember.
Okay.
It was just outside the VFW after the verdict had been read. But someone else had gotten Tara's car mixed up or fixed up. So after the interview, they tried calling one of the girls over because I guess John and one of the girls wanted to make sure that they were leaving. And then when they saw they weren't leaving, one of the reporters actually called over one of the girls I was with, like, hey, let's do an interview, and actually did an interview with her and John Jackson at the same time. But that was never aired. So this girl is catching all of this separate girl who wasn't with us, all of this on camera. She sees the SUV leave the Tahiti, go cross the street back to the VFW. They park the SUV. There's a couple other people walk out. They get in the SUV. They go out of the SUV. John and the other girl come back in that I was with. And at first, you see John Jackson, Renee, and then another girl that they were with walk back into the Tahiti and sit right next to us at the table. And it was obvious, Renee's giving me a stink face. She doesn't.
Hold
Okay.
on. Don't mention anything about this word in the chat, please. Just let it play. Don't mention it. Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption.
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Interview. Oh my God.
Interview. Yeah. It's kind of like coming back and saying it's seen an interview and all kinds of things. So yeah.
Yeah, so wild. So they sit at the table, and John actually bought them their first round of beers, which was nice of John. But then about 7 of them come walking in after Renee, John, and the other girl had walked in. So it was obvious what they were doing. They were trying to intimidate and or get a rise or a reaction out of us, which
Hmm.
I'm here to say they didn't. America, they
Right.
didn't. Um, and then they bought a round of shots and they cheersed like they were celebrating. There was another moment when Renee and John saw them on the TV and they started like giggling and laughing at themselves because I don't
Right.
know what I'd be doing. Um, they were only there maybe 15 minutes max, and then when they went to leave, Renee, and I believe it was the cousin that told me she was going to run me over with her SUV. Um, they went to leave, and Renee like stopped short, and the woman was flipping me off at the same time behind her, the other cousin, and ended up running right into Renee. So,
Oh. Oh.
yeah, and then
So what happened after that? Obviously they had to stop and take care of that, right?
they just talked in the lobby for a minute max, and then they walked out the door. Renee was filming. I could see the camera on. Oh, and then before John Jackson left, he was the last one to leave. He actually went over to our table, and he spoke to John for a second. Um, and all I'm going to say is this: the things that he is saying on the TV and in media is not what he said to John.
That's what I'm hearing. Oh, look at this. Look at this on the screen.
Uh huh.
Wow.
Yeah, no. This whole media campaign of we're going to continue fighting and blah 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 that he's saying in the media is not what he said to John. He said it's over, it's time we all move on.
That's right. That's right. Well, you are protected. There's a bigger divine power over this. And, unfortunately, we're getting ready to go into what I call phase two now, of where the tide of the battle starts turning. And these people just need to shut up. They just need to sit back. I said earlier, Higgy is probably the smartest one of them all. He's probably continued to be lawyered up, and the lawyers probably said, do not include yourself in these statements. Do not include yourself in on. Stay away. Fade into the sunset.
Right.
So, wow,
Right.
wow.
Yeah, and I just thought it was very ironic that, she threatened me with her SUV, and we've gone through years into trials of a Commonwealth theory, which does not match up to how John ended up. And then it's ironic that she's literally threatened me with that same tactic that they think happened to John.
Hmm.
Uh, I would never, in a million years, I would never.
I think that's just, there's a part of this is just sick. I mean, it's just sick that the hatred and disdain that is on that. I mean, it's just sick. Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. I'm
Well,
glad you're
I'm
okay.
okay. It's nothing happened. It was
Yeah.
just it was an answer that I needed, I think, because now I know
Yes.
they don't like me. I now know that this person has held either a grudge or something against me for 20 some odd years. Um, I've never spoken ill of her, by the way. There's a lot I could have said. There's a lot that went around when people first saw her on the television and the faces she was making, and I didn't say anything. And I won't,
Well,
but
You're the bigger person. You're, you know, this type of situation has a tendency to bring out the best and the worst in people. I don't
Correct.
think there's any in between. And it's just really sad
Correct.
that what's happened. And it's, so what's next for you, my darling? What's going on with you? Obviously there's more coming, obviously. And I've been watching all of these things that you're posting. And for all of you, if you are on the Talkie Tick, please go over there, and because you will love her videos. So informative. She packs in 30 seconds, 45 seconds, what it takes me 1 hour to say. So she's got it down pat. Her editing is perfect. Go over there and take a look and check her out because it is fantastic.
See, this is what I mean about this chat. This chat is just so uplifting and so kind, and that's the reason why I feel comfortable speaking to you guys. And I know other people are going to watch this and
Oh,
have their
well,
thoughts and say things. Um, but I do want to say, I never lied about what happened to me. I never did.
I didn't.
I'm happy. I said this on Twitter. I'm happy there were other people there to witness this, to kind of see what happens to some of us behind the scenes, and also publicly. Obviously, it happened publicly.
Uh-huh.
Um, I said this in an interview. I was lucky to meet Penny with WBZ4, and she
Oh,
interviewed
nice.
me. Yeah, she's so sweet. But I said this at the very end of the interview, and I said, you know what? Karen is free, and we can celebrate, but we still need to figure out what happened to John. We
I
still need
agree.
to figure it out. This needs to be uncovered because, like I said, I'm a resident, and I was thinking about it today too. Like, it's not over. Karen's free, she's still got some things to deal with, but when it just comes to Canton PD, Massachusetts State Police, the DA's office, what else have they done? We have no answers.
No, no.
And
And
even
listen,
even still too, even if some family members don't like me, I'm still going to help fight for them because I still believe that we need to get answers, and we'll get them eventually.
oh
We
yeah,
just have to keep pushing.
exactly. Exactly. And knowing this group of people, they're us. You can see that already. They're us. Someday somebody is going to make a mistake and they're going to talk too much. And I totally believe that the moment that they feel relaxed and they start talking a little bit and more things coming out, we're going to see some more things. And this isn't, I mean, it's over to a certain degree, but we had to make sure that Karen was okay and not committed for a crime she did not do.
Exactly.
And now it's phase two. Now it's phase two. That
Exactly.
was me. I'm sorry, I hit my ring. It's phase two. Now we have to make sure that, because while this has been for Karen, nobody has forgotten about John.
Mm-mm.
Nobody. And that's the one thing that I think that they did not see. And I'm so proud of this Karen Reed family. I'm going to say not group, not protesters, wrong words. I'm going to say family. It has brought so many people together, and look how they behaved during the verdict. They were cheering and happy. But I can tell you, I think they were ready for the teardowns, and when it didn't happen, everyone behaved. That's what it's all about.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not one person that I did not see in an interview say, "Yeah, we're happy for Karen, but now what about John? You can't let that
Right.
go. He's got to have justice. Somebody did this. Somebody did it." That's what it's all about. And now it's now a matter of what happens next.
Right.
What happens next. So I think there's going to be some things come out in the Sandra Birchmore case that
Mhm.
may link, maybe arm's length, but may link to something more for John. I love the idea that Michael Easter said that he found something that he wasn't going to tell in case there was a third trial. So there's more out there. There's more evidence. There's more out there. We just have to be patient and know that all of this is going to start coming to the surface because it will. It
and,
will.
and and that's what I'm saying too. Like, I can say confidently there is more out there. There is more out there. It will come out eventually. And I
Mhm.
feel like even just the small bit that we know, I'm telling you guys, we just have to keep putting the pressure. I don't care where you live. Don't let Karen Reed being free stop you from getting justice for John. I'm going to really start pushing heavily on Sandra. I'm going to start pushing on my
Yeah.
YouTube because I know that's important. And like, and I never thought I'd be here being an advocate, specifically for women's rights and all the things. That's what's got me into the Free Karen Reed movement. That's what made me start pushing about Sandra Birchmore. But you know what? Whatever your reasoning it is, I don't care. Just please don't stop because we need you guys. We really need you. As a resident, we need you.
Well, we're not going to stop. One of these days, I wanted things to calm down a little bit. One of these days, I will be coming up there. I'll definitely let you know because I know things are getting really busy for Richie, and he's going to be busy. But we're still planning on going on a paranormal haunt. We're still, he's going to be filming it. We're going to be doing a lot of things. And so I want to come up there, but I think that I just wanted to, because I know they watch me. I know. And
They watch
they
everyone,
watch
even the small
everybody.
guys.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they watch everybody, but I just want to make, not be in the limelight so much when I come up there. And I want to make sure. So, it'll be okay. It'll be
Yeah.
okay. But this is great, my darling. I'm so glad that you came on tonight and shared all of that with us. And so, are you going to make a police report, or what do you think you're going to do?
Well, that's the thing too. It's like, how much do I trust Dedham PD? And it's like, not that I want to see anyone get in trouble, because again, I'm not trying to add on to their load. That has never been why I'm doing this. But at the same time, you can't be going around saying you're going to do something like that and then also not see minor repercussions. And it's like, do I, back in September, people were doubting me because I didn't do a police report. And I'm like, well, do I do one now? Is that going to be held against me? Like my brain keeps going back and
Exactly.
forth. I don't want to load on to the family. I don't want to be seen like I'm a jerk for doing this. But at the same time, am I also going to be doubted for not doing a police report? So like my brain is going, it's been a lot since Wednesday. We'll just say that.
No, I understand. And I do feel that you need, the good thing is there's some video, but, having
Right.
an official record sometimes is so important. And will they do anything? Most likely not, because nothing, people say things, they do things and whatever, but I still think it's probably a good idea that you have a record of things.
Yeah.
And, obviously that's up to you, but it's like, hello, you just can't go around and make people feel so threatened. That's just not good. It's not a good look, especially now for the
Right.
family. It's just not.
Right. And this is also not something I have spoken super out loud about since like right now. So
Right. Right.
um yeah, yeah, it's a lot, guys. It's a lot. Being around here is a lot. And
It
I'm
is.
making light about it, but it is. And I'm not
Well,
trying to make myself out to be a victim. There's a lot of us that these things have happened to.
oh yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. But do you think these people have lost just a little bit of the mojo? They used to be so strong in their, you know, um, I'm going to say leadership, for lack of a better word, on here. But do you think that they're like calming down now, as far as that they don't have so much power Do they not have, or are they still so powerful? These families up there, are they still that powerful, or they just kind of lost their edge? Do you think?
I don't think I here's the thing, like I always go back and forth to who are the main players that are doing all of this, attacking or whatever the verb is you want to call it. Um, there has been documentation of certain individuals. They don't need to be named. I think we can all guess who. But
Sure.
I think right now, someone mentioned going after the jurors. I think they're mad, but I also think it's displaced anger.
Yes. Yeah. And it's petty. Here's the
Mhm.
thing. Let's just, oh, look at
Yeah.
this on there.
Oh my God.
Woo! Tick, tick, boom. Woo!
No, Advantage Boys. All right,
That's
bad.
it. That's it. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Decide. Well, you know what? From your perspective, you're not being petty. You're not doing this out of vengeance. You're doing it for your own. I mean, you have a right to do this. I think on the other side, we see this happen because there is pettiness. We see there is vengeance, there is pettiness, there is a lot of those displaced feelings. I think you just have to do the best thing that you for you. I think that's it. And know that there are people that love you, will stand behind you and believe you. I mean, I've always believed you, you know. But
Mhm.
I think as far as everything else is concerned, you have to do what's right for you.
Right,
That's the only thing you can do.
right. And that's one of the main reasons why I didn't immediately come out and like post the video I have because like I consider this more than just, content.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. I think so too. I think so too. So, well, keep us posted on how you're doing and all this other because we're here and anytime you ever want to come on here, let us know because you've got a home here, girl. You can come here, you can talk, you can express yourself, do whatever you want. No judgment here. This is a safe place for you, my darling.
Ah, I love you so
It's,
much.
I love you too. It's gonna be so. Okay, I cannot wait. I hope I get to meet Karen one day. I hope I do. I hope I get to meet, but listen, I think in some respect it's just getting started now. Karen is too much of a fighter. She's just not going to say, oops, okay, see ya. In some respects, she might, but there's a lot that I think that she needs to um, make sure she's taken care of.
Mm-hmm. And
You
this is what
know?
I've been saying. Once this criminal case is over, I've been saying just wait. It's gonna all come out, all of it. It may be a year from now. It may be 10 years from now. We just need to keep going.
Well, I don't know if you saw, but about 2 weeks ago, in during one of my videos and my readings, I said that the 18th was very significant, and of course that was the day of her verdict. And then the 23rd comes out, so that's Monday. So the 23rd is, I think, I don't know what's going to happen on the 23rd, but it's going to be significant for her in a positive way. And then the 28th. So I don't know what's going on, but look, I think she's boots on the ground at this point. She's getting some rest, but now the tide of the battle is turned.
Mm-hmm. I
So
mean,
there we are.
all I want for her right now is just to chill,
Yes.
go on a vacation, breathe, relax, grieve, because she's never had the moment to sit and
No, she
relax.
hasn't.
Go, go, go. Whatever
Yes.
that looks like, that's grieving John, that's grieving her previous life, whatever that looks like, and just chill,
I agree. I agree.
relax.
My dear beauty, what do you know about the Craig Casey case?
Um, Listen, this has been something I've been trying to tell my chat on the other apps too. we'll say breathe about. It's odd. What happened to him and how they missed him, then found him is odd.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to say certain names. I don't know. I know. Listen. John O'Keefe was speaking to Calvin Albert about something in particular. Helena Rafferty said it out loud at a Canton
Yes.
Select Board meeting.
I know what you're
There's
talking
another. Okay, there's another neighbor around there that has had a certain case and things going on about them that I don't think anyone really has spoken about. There's
Right.
other odd things going on around Craig Casey that again I think it's gonna come out eventually. I
Yes.
think honestly I think the first direction will be Sandra Birchmore,
I
and that's
agree.
what I want all of us to really put our brains to. Um, and I know not a lot of people are on here right now. I am going to continue talking to boots on the ground and to get them out there about Sandra Birchmore. I think
I agree.
a good shift in energy because that's still Canton, and that's a lot of the same names. Mike Lank, Kevin Albert, John Fanning, Guarino. It's a lot of the same names, guys.
Um, Misbehaving, it's just behind a little bit. That's all. So you're not blocked. That's right. There's the unfortunate part is there is a total web, and so how so many people are, I mean, intertwined. I mean, look at the Walsh case. Look
Mm-hmm.
at Dr. Turk. Look at Sandra Birchmore. Look at all the, I mean, and of course that's going to be that because hello. But I'm going to tell you what, if I were incarcerated, I would be calling my lawyer and I'd be saying, look, if anybody used Cellbrite or if anybody, or if Proctor was involved with my case, or they get me out of here.
Mm-hmm.
My civil rights have been violated. Get me out. I think that that might be a thing that may start happening. And of course, he came on and wanted to be a victim. I think he just needs to get out and get some exercise and stop making these. But they're never going to stop making these statements. That's what's so funny. They're just not.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And let me tell you this. The Karen Reed case put a fire, and I know your chat will agree with me. Put
Hmm.
a fire under our tails.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at the red. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Look at this. Look at this. Uh huh.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of energy. A ton of energy. Look at this. Look at this up there. Look at this. The frequency up there is just going crazy.
Oh,
Soar.
that's right. We've got our sauces.
We got a sauce. That's right. We got our sauces.
That's actually what I say all the time on my TikTok live, guys. I'm not lying.
Well, it's so funny because when I first started reading on this particular case, been a long time since I had had any affiliation with you, dear folks up in the New England states, and I would hear people talk about sauces. So, and I kept thinking, what are they talking sauces? And then it's like, oh, sources, got it, and it just would crack me up, and it's just like, oh my gosh. So yeah, wonderful.
Typical.
Typical. That's right, typical. I love it.
And I will say this, not everyone believes in the spiritual and the mystical of it all. Clearly, I'm here for a reason because I do. And all I say is this: every single time there's anything about John and his energy, it's light and it's funny, and he likes to poke and prod a little bit. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
don't always take him so seriously, right? And it comes
That's right.
through in the energy.
It's an energy. It comes through. We understand, Terry. I got it. I got it. You don't have to worry, my darling. I'm there. Um, yeah. That sometimes I was working on this a little bit today, and even the spirit world has changed a little bit.
Hmm.
And rightfully so. There's been some things happening, on the spirit realm. And I know that John's energy is happy that this happened for Karen, but now it's kind of like, okay, part two's coming. What's next? Part two is coming. Yeah.
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 And the worst thing we could do is say, "Oh, it's done," and throw our hands up in the air because you know
Agreed.
what?
Agreed. Agreed.
I'm
It's
just I
time
can
to
speak.
double down.
I mean, I can speak for me. I've got my nice Zelda bracelet that she was so kind to give me, stacked with some crystal bracelets and my free can read pink bracelet. This isn't done.
No, it is. It's time to double down. Time to double down. Yeah.
Totally. I agree. And I'm also really excited for the future. I foresee a lot of good things happening for a lot of people.
I do too. I do too. I
Mhm.
think the first thing is there's going to be a change, I believe, in your um, DA. I can't see Morrissey running again after this. And
I
this
can't either.
lame statement, the jury has spoken. What is that? It sounds like he's talking on some type of, I don't know, Indiana Jones movie. The jury has spoken. What is that? So there's craziness right there, and as well as I do that he made big promises to these people that he did not keep.
Yep. Yep.
And same
Yep.
thing with Hank Brennan. And when Hank Brennan turns over his invoice that's over $1 million. So do you think Karen is going to go get her car from her SUV from the police department? She probably will, just to claim it and then do something. I mean, look, they've trashed it, but
Well, that's the interesting thing. That's been one of the actually. It's funny you asked that. That's been one of the first questions I was asked on some of my videos and when I went on live and also in person too. Like, what happens to Karen's vehicle? Well, technically, you know, the case is closed when it comes from Norfolk County District Attorney. He's been outspoken many, many times, both publicly and privately, that the only person they were going to prosecute was going to be Karen Reed. So when it comes to the Norfolk County DA side, the case is done. It's
yeah.
done. They're not going to prosecute anyone else. So at that point, the evidence is to be released. So that means if Karen Reed wants to get her vehicle, she can. Now, here's the thing like you said, Zelda, it's been torn apart. She cannot drive that vehicle. So she could do a couple of things. She could keep it, house it, have people look at it, or she could just dump it and cash it for money. She could.
Well, I think her insurance has already totaled it, right? I think they've already totaled it, and it's just been there because otherwise she would be still paying on a piece of, she'd be paying for a white elephant, really. So most likely, if this were me, I would claim it. I would put it into some type of storage, and then you never know who may want to take a look about it again.
Well,
You never know.
they're saying that is I'm not going to say the word W, the thing that quote unquote they want to say.
Yeah,
No matter the way you slice it, me personally, I would be happy either way. I would listen to my attorneys and what
yeah,
they suggest I do with it. I would say listen to her attorneys. They know best. Obviously, that's a dream team. We all know.
yeah, yeah, definitely. I think her insurance. I think a while ago, Melanie said her insurance had totaled it in the beginning, and then it was paid off. So she does not have any obligation there. But oh boy, if it were me, I would claim it, have it professionally taken away from that, put into storage, and held for a different time until this is totally over.
And
And
I'll say, listen, we have been chatting the whole time, and every topic, a new word comes up. There's nothing coming up about her SUV. Hope you all noticed that.
Right.
Um,
I've
I
been
the,
watching it.
yeah, your chat keeps bringing up insurance and stuff. Honestly, due to this remark, that's funny. I will say, insurance can take it. This also may be a different kind of case where her insurance allows her to keep it.
Yeah, I
Too,
think
circumstances.
from what I understand from some of the attorneys, Melanie, I think, had talked to somebody, maybe even Nurse Kim, not sure. But what they did was they totaled it. And, once they total a vehicle and it's still in your possession, they're not going to want it. I mean, they've already paid it off. It's done. It's been 3.5 years. They're certainly not. What are they going to do? I mean, especially, I think if her attorneys wanted to hold it into storage until further notice, you know.
Right. And that's what I said too. Oh, France. Oh, she went on
France.
vacation on France.
We
We
it's so funny.
we haha. Um
I love it. I love it.
God.
It's so funny because there is a French saying. Let me see if I can say it without butchering it. Ready? On y soit qui mal y pense. And it means shame to whoever thinks it to be ill.
Wow.
Meaning shame to whoever like thinks evil upon it. Oniso qui mal y pense is what that is. I butchered it, I'm sure, but anyway, it's funny. It's funny. I see London, I see France.
Oh my God.
There we are. So there we go.
You're
But
gonna make me start singing Fergie. Listen, if there's any millennials, they know exactly the song I'm thinking of. Okay.
there you go. Sing away, darling. You know that's what we do here.
Nice.
Sing
He goes nuts.
away. Oh, I love it. I love it.
I have been so appreciative of Zelda and this chat. You guys have been so, like I said, the only other word I can say is kind. You guys have been so nice. And embracing the weirdness of everyone. Can we just say that? Just being,
That's it.
just,
Well, the funny thing is that I get, and I'm not here for the shout outs. I'm not here for the glory. Okay, we're not going to look at that word.
Oh!
We're
well, the foreman did say he knew a certain couple of people.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, okay. So Amanda, the car will be released to her. It's already done. It's hers. She can go pick it up. It's paid for. She can keep it into storage. And I have a feeling that's what's going to happen because I think part 2 is coming and you never know who may want to take a look at that SUV. I would keep it for that. And what I was going to say is, what I do on here is not popular with many. I mean, there's been some comments about, from big creators about things. And you know what? I'm fine with it. I'm not here for the grifting. I'm not here for I'm just not here for that. I'm here because I figure if I can contribute, I'm sure I'm not right all the time. I'm wrong sometimes, but I do have pretty good odds of how to read the cards and what information comes in. And you know what? I have just never I'm not here for that. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks of me, however, and how anybody feels. I've gotten some very good shout outs from attorney Melanie Little, and I've reached out to a couple of people that they've come into the chat and they've said, oh yeah, we want to have you on, Zelda, that's great, or we'll come on with you. And then I reach out and it's like, it's okay. You know what I mean? It's okay. This isn't everyone's cup of tea. And what I do is not a a lot of people look down on it because there is that grifter side. I'm going to tell you, there's that grifter side.
Mhm.
But I'm cool with it. I'm good with it, and it's all good. I'm gonna be here. I think everybody was afraid that when Karen was found not guilty, that I would be like, whatever. Now, influence. That's right. And Jules in the chat. Yes, I was just getting to this. The folks
Yep.
from CAB, Calling All Beings. I actually invited them to come on tonight, and they are um, they're having their show. Their show is over, I think, but I love them. DJ and Boston Bea, they
Mhm.
they are just wonderful people. We had such a good time, um, and such a good time on their show. So you know what? They'll be here. You're welcome to come here anytime. All you have to do is say hey, because I'm here every Saturday, and then on Sunday. Whoa! Look at this energy.
I know. I was about to say, look at you.
Woo! Look at this.
Yep.
Poverty. Yeah, that's right. I'm not poverty, but hello. I think a lot of people think that coin, yeah, the grifter part of it all. But I think, um, it's okay. But you're welcome. Please come back all the time. We're here Saturday nights, and then Sunday on True Oracle. If you want to come over there, get your cards read. I don't know. It's members only, but doing that tomorrow, and then Sunday night, Manifestation Monday. I'm not sorry, Sunday, sorry. Monday night. Hello. And I got a really good show for Monday night at 7. So that's going to be fantastic. So it's all good. It's all good.
Listen, I have said this from the get-go. No one bats 100, so don't you feel bad about that. No one has bad no, not a single person. Not a single person has batted 100.
I
And we
get it.
all have our place.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
right.
I have been consistent in my support with the underdogs and the big dogs, the boots on the ground. I think everyone has their place here, and we're all here for a reason. And at the end of the day,
That's right.
look what we did as a collective. Period. That took all of us.
Wow. Isn't that it's not a village. It took a world. This
Universe.
I mean, it took a universe. It really did take a universe. It's like, wow, that's wild.
Hmm.
And but I knew that was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen, and she deserves all of this. But you know what? I just cannot wait to see this barracuda side of her coming out in a very cool tomato type of way. I just can't. And all of these statements and interviews, there's fear there. There's fear. No, if you're not afraid, if you don't have anything to worry about, then you don't have anything to worry about. Just keep quiet, go on your own way, be still. But there's a lot of things that are really wild.
Showing their true colors.
Showing, yep,
It's
yep,
true. There's a lot to be uncovered. There's a lot of work we still have to do, but
absolutely.
if you guys are here for the ride, I'm not certainly this is important to me. I'm certainly not going anywhere. I know it's important to a lot of people I spoke about. And here's the thing too, just reverting back to Morrissey, the district
Yeah,
attorney for a second. Um so obviously a lot of people I talk to in my personal life are not as outspoken as I. They feel uncomfortable in some certain way. What there's connections there, whatever. I will say this because of their lack of statements.
mm-hmm.
I can tell you right now, if he attempts to rerun, he will not be reelected. There's a lot of people that were maybe more on the moderate side or even leaning towards more of the guilty side simply because they didn't follow the case as much as we did. And I'm telling you guys right now, residents are really aggravated with what's been going on, specifically within his office regarding Karen Reed's case.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people are not happy with him. His lack of statement, with Maura Healey's lack of statement. People aren't happy. So hopefully that leads to change, because usually that is the fire that people need when they see a lack of accountability and statement. Just a statement, something.
Yeah, come out, be that big bad boy that you decided you wanted to be when you were charging her. And now nothing from Hank Brennan
Mm-mm.
except
They
his
won't.
niceties. Um, and everybody was so afraid that they were going to just pin it on Karen. And I'm like, they've given up at this point. When Hank did not have his people come back for rebuttal, I knew I knew that it was going to be this. Sorry, I knew that it was going to be this. Um, he just gave up. He knew. He knew the odds were against him.
And that's also the reason too why he asked for the sentencing right away, because he's like, why am I going to come back when it's just a DUI? Just
That's
do
right.
it now. Just say it right now, get it done and over with, because it was a first time offense. She had a clean driving record.
That's right.
He already knew.
That's right. They weren't going to throw the book at her. She'd never had anything like this before. She's a first time offender. It's a misdemeanor. Probation, she's going to skate through probation. They're not going to do anything to try to mess with her at all. Listen, they are still, her team is still got this power of protection around her. There's no way that they're going to manipulate this at all. I mean, she's got this.
And
So
I will say this too. There's been some speculations on what's going to happen to Kanoni in the near future. We'll see what ends up happening to her, but she's closer to retirement age, so
yeah,
I don't want to put it out there. There are some rumors going around, so we'll see. But I think there may be some movement coming within the county period after this. So
well, I think you're right. She's close to retirement age, and I think that she's pretty much had it. And when she gets through her circuit of dockets, you never know what's coming for her way, right? And so she just may want to take her little white claw and go back to the cabin and say, call it a day.
And you know what? And that's the other thing. I have never been out here being like the things that, the quote unquote boozy bad. Zelda has said what Zelda has. Zelda says what she does. And I'm just sitting in chat, just kind of giggling behind the scenes. I've tried to be as respectful as I can be now there are certain individuals that have never had my respect, and I think some of you may know who I'm talking about, but that's rightfully so. That's
Right.
rightfully.
No, I get it. That's a tough one. You and I both know that that's tough and delicate, right? We
Oh
know
my
that.
God. No, he's quoting Taylor Swift. Okay, can we just say it right now? Some of
So
my
go
people.
on. Go on. Go on. So no. So let me ask you. I want to ask you. Are we keeping you? Are we keeping you, my darling? Because I certainly don't want to
Oh my
keep
God,
you.
what else am I doing? There's about to be a heat wave. I'm not
Okay.
doing anything.
Got a heat wave. Okay. So tropical heat wave. So now I want to ask you about that video with, you know where I'm going, Higgy coming out of the Canton Police Department.
Ugh.
What I saw, I'll never forget it, at the 1340-ish, on 1340 to 1349 mark, at the end of the one that was for the microdots that Richie put out. There is a very quick spirit that goes behind the Jeep and cuts to the right
Oh,
very
interesting.
quickly.
Oh, interesting.
And I told Microdots about her, Richie about it, but I don't have the equipment to slow it down and do what I need to do with it. But it was very evident. And I know people were saying, oh, he's got somebody in the Jeep. I don't think he did.
No, he didn't.
I think that he went there to get something specifically, And I believe, in my opinion, that he went genuine, right? That he went back
Mhm.
to 34.
Um, so let me just say this first and foremost, because there's obviously that I know a little bit more about Canton PD. Um,
Yes,
there are, from what I've been told, there are cameras. Interesting, it is. There
it
are
is very interesting.
cameras. There are cameras upstairs. The I do not understand the reason why Helena Rafferty, that said LOL no tampering, wouldn't release the entire footage at minimum of Higgins at Canton PD. There are still certain shots, like when he first entered. If you remember, there was video footage when we saw Karen Reed's SUV being towed in. Why have we not seen that angle of him driving in with his Jeep with the plow on it? So it's just little things like that that I want to keep
That's right.
plugging into you guys' ears, because there are still things that have been withheld that we don't have. I think it's very odd and very specific that the shots and angles we got of Higgins were very specific.
I
I
think so too.
he went up. So some people don't understand the layout of Canton PD, but he was in dispatch with Sean Good for about 5 minutes before he exited and took a right to go up to the stairs right there. He used his key card to go upstairs. So now we know that he was speaking to Sean Good, and I say this all the time. I'm going to keep repeating these names because they need to keep being spoke about, because there are things that we don't know, and this has to do with John. Like, this is not even Karen anymore. This has to do with the things in the cover up immediately after whatever happened at 34 Fairview Road.
I,
Whatever happened. So there are cameras in the upstairs PD. Higgins even said that he went into his office that he has there, and we don't have that footage. He was only there for a short amount of time, and he grabbed something. There was something in his office in this on the second floor of Canton PD that we don't know what he grabbed. You can't. There's no bag. There's nothing filled in his pockets. We don't know what it was. And then we see him leave. He texts people. He calls people. We can see he's doing more with his phone than we ever thought that he did. He did move his one service vehicle, and I know exactly which one it is because you could also see it on a vehicle as they leave at 8 a.m. So he did move. He did move one vehicle, not vehicles, one.
yes, yes.
Um, he did house 3 or 4 vehicles at a time at Canton PD. 3 of those vehicles are still at his home. And Higgins is not missing, by the way, for anyone that thinks that. Higgy Piggy is at home.
Yeah, Iggy's around. I'm
He's
sure that he's been told by his mouthpiece, you better not go anywhere. You better not do anything. You hibernate. You wait. Because if he did take off, oh, you know what that looks like. You know what that
um,
looks like.
and I do see someone in chat asking about his knuckles. That I fully believe is just the way that the video camera was
The
kind of.
light. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything else than
Let's,
that. Yeah, I don't think they're the brightest of the bunch. I don't think they would show up like that. I really don't. I re- they did a lot of sloppy things. At minimum, there would have been hand washing. Okay.
oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And that's just me saying that. Anyways, to move on from that, I mean, you want my genuine opinion. It was well known the relationship between Chief Ken Berkowitz and Brian Higgins. What was the reason? What was the reason?
Yeah. What's the reason?
Higgins being as inebriated that he was, because we all know he was out drinking basically the entire day with Brian Albert. They both testified to it. So this is out in court transcripts. We know that they kept drinking. We know that he was inebriated. Berkey told him over and over again, and even Sean Good and Kelly Devon knew this. Berkey would just go into Canton PD and pass out. Like, he would sleep
Yep.
there. Sleep off the drunk. Don't drive back to West Roxbury. Go to sleep here. You've got the couch, go to sleep. And that's what I've been told. It is something he did consistently. So now, why all of a sudden this night, when he is inebriated, he speaks to Sean Good for 5 minutes, goes upstairs, leaves, and then and bounces. He randomly leaves. That doesn't make sense. That goes against Higgins' norm. His normal behavior would go to Canton PD and go to sleep, but he didn't do it that night. He went somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Where did he
plus, I
go?
think, I think that he did all this also as an alibi, thinking that, but there's so much that we still don't know and probably will not. But I think that there's a lot coming out. And I loved it when Michael Easter made that statement, pardon me, that he found something
Mm-hmm.
very important and was saving it, was not going to say anything, was saving it until this to see if there was a third trial, and then he was going to say it. Well, now that there's not a third trial, that just may be coming out.
I don't think Higgins slept. He said he went home and slept. I don't think so.
I don't think he did.
Genuinely, I don't. I think there's only two places that he went. One of the obvious would be back to 34 Fairview. I don't think so. I think he ran just like McNuckles ran. Okay. I don't think he went back until 7 a.m. that morning when he was called to come back for the powwow.
Mm-hmm.
In my gut has always told me he went to Berkey's. It's always
Yeah.
told me that. I
Yeah.
think he went directly to the person that would help him the most in this situation, and that would have been Ken Berkowitz.
I think so. Berkey would have covered for him
In a heartbeat.
in a heartbeat. And if you really think about it, could this be why Berkey was the one who found the taillight pieces?
Well, let's go back to Kelly Dever's statement when she said,
Kelly Dever,
they were in the port for a wildly
yeah.
long time.
Right.
Right, guys?
Right. Right.
Some people talking about Faraday, some people are talking about maybe he grabbed his car keys. We don't know.
Mm-mm.
We don't know.
No.
We know when he exited dispatch, he had his cell phone in one hand and the key card in the other, and then we don't know what else happened after that.
But I will tell you, the fact that he said in the first trial that someone came in the house and he was tall and dark, that tells me right there that there was something more. Obviously, much more. And I'm going to tell you what I think our alphabetic agency knows a lot more, and I think they're just waiting because we all know that they need unequivocal, solid. They're not going to let any of this go. And the fact that they just let this little Easter egg go about Sandra's baby and the DNA not matching Matthew Farwell, there's more to come. There's more to come. I think there's going to be some connections there. And here's the thing, and I know this agency because I've worked with a lot of them, and I've worked with military, I've worked with a lot of law enforcement. What they'll do is they may just keep dropping a little Easter egg here and there until somebody gets so nervous thinking that one night it's going to be, oh my God, open up, it's the FBI. And then they are scared, so then they start singing. And because, believe me, I've known agents that will lie full face. They're taught how to lie and be believable. Bones, that's right. Watch that program. He'll tell you that. Hello.
It's their job to lie.
It's their job. It's their job.
It's their job. So, okay, I haven't even told my TikTok crowd this yet. So here's the thing. when I go out and about, I have people randomly pull me and speak to me, whatever. So when I was out one of the days in Dedham outside the courthouse, I had someone within the we'll say media specter pull me. And they just happened to know me from TikTok. You know, they watch me randomly.
Okay.
Um, very random. And they were talking. They were like, "Well, I just want to." We thought this was weird, but no one's ever come out and spoken about this, and we can't talk about this on, outwardly because we're mainstream. But the letter that we received regarding the end of the FBI investigation was on a proper FBI letterhead, and I was like, "So this is the reason why you guys were so confident in going out and saying this." And this person was like, yes, correct, but there has been some things behind the scenes where we're like, okay, this is the letterhead, and yes, we need to report on it because it seems legit, but is it there was some questions behind the scene when it came to mainstream media too. So even though you guys saw a whole slew of mainstream, there's also doubts behind the scenes as well. um and I was like, and I actually said that to them, Zelda. I was like, you do realize it's a cop's job to lie to you? And this person was like, yes.
But but here's the thing: the letter that circulated around that Helena Rafferty wrote was not on the
Oh,
letter,
oh man, she's a mess.
right? And that was the one that Hanky Ham Sandwich read in court.
Mhm.
And I'm thinking everybody's like, "Oh, well, it's over. No, it's not. I'm sorry." First of all, I agree. I've always said this, and Alan Jackson said it on the Howie Carr show, and that is never have I ever known that the three initials will announce, especially to a target, that it's over. It's not. They don't do that, especially to a target. So I think there was definitely a cold play there. Thank you. I think there was definitely a play there because Brennan just all of a sudden seemed like that was just a tonic for him that he took and gave him more ability to be that snootier. I got to tell you something. I think Brennan, there's some stuff, but I believe something is going to happen with Lolly. If there's another DA that gets in there, I mean, Lolly allowed, there were a lot of things that happened. Lolly did not give the x rays in the first trial for John O'Keefe's autopsy. He allowed the inverted Sally Port video. There's a lot of little things that I believe that he knew that he just let slide. He just let slide. But the funny part is that Lolly is a better attorney than Brennan because look, Lolly got a mistrial. Brennan lost across the board.
Right. Well, he lost worse.
That's right. He lost worse. That's right. Technically, right? Right?
Right.
So that's yeah. So there's some I think there's some things and I at this point believe Lolly is going to be made to answer. And I also believe that there are a few things that Hank is going to have to answer to as well. I do not see that Hank wants to show up in that district, in that court for a long time. And I believe that at some point he did this because he thought this was going to be a political play, that if he got Karen convicted, he was going to run for DA. God, can you believe this? And then and here I am, look, talking about a third trial, and look at the screen.
I know.
So at this point, I think they're all kind of going to start looking over their shoulder in about another 2 weeks, because it's been just short of maybe 2 or 3 weeks since the last trial when they declared a mistrial. So And I kept thinking, oh God, please don't let this be another hung jury. Please don't let this be another mistrial, because this is another year. Who can hack this another year? And I really think in some ways that Hank Brennan wanted a third trial, just to break everybody, because he's got that mean spirit.
I mean, there's been some rumblings behind the scenes that Hank took this not only because, it gets his name out there, but he may have been promised some things behind the scenes as
I
well.
think so.
Yeah,
I think,
whether there was a win or a loss, I think he was promised some things behind the scenes.
I think so.
But, to rub it in his face a little bit, this is the second international case that he's lost. He's 2 for 2, Pat. He's 2 for 2. I mean, 0 for 2. 0 for 2.
Was the first one Whitey?
Whitey.
Yeah, look what they did to Whitey.
That's what I mean. They couldn't even protect him when he was in cuffs.
No. What, I mean, it was horrible. And then go to his gravesite and cry over his grave. That's just whoa. That's just a different animal right there. And that was something. So, but just wait till Hank gives his $1 million invoice to the Canton, to the DA.
Generally, it's so gross. That's where my taxes are going to go. Yay! I'm so happy.
That's hilarious.
Yay!
That's good. There you are. There you are. Third base. Well, I'll tell you, this is just getting interesting. I think at this point, first of all, I'm just glad that you're okay. I'm glad you're safe. I'm glad that your boots on the ground. And I'm on the talkie tick listen. I get on the talkie tick. I'm going to tell you what I listen to. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. Hello. I listen to all that old music. And then, all those videos that you just want to cry for days, where they're playing that Christopher Cross song, and it's like that intro there for that and all that other. But I like all the cooking stuff. But I've got you on my For You. And I always see Boozy Beauty has posted another video, and I'm like, oh, good. Click, 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 click. Let me hear what's on. It's so funny. So I love it. But do you have a schedule that you go live, or you just do it impromptu?
More impromptu, but you know what? I've realized, people like a schedule. So I need to figure it out. And there's also people that want me on YouTube. So I know I need to figure out what exactly to do, because this is just like I said earlier, this has lit a fire underneath my butt. And if I need to use my loud voice, because I've been told that I'm loud and annoying by some, trolls. So let's just use it the best way that I know how.
There you go. Why not? I'm over here printing sigils, making T-shirts, giving, sending bad energy up to these loser people. Not that, but all of that stuff. And it's like, oh my gosh, but it's really something. It just almost seems a little surreal right now, doesn't it? It just almost seems like, wait a minute, it's only been 3 days since the verdict, and it feels like it's kind of a little while ago that it's been, and we're all trying to recover. It's wild.
Oh, it's been like an emotional roller coaster. And that's also the reason why it's like, I don't know what to do in this case when it comes to, what happened to me. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's been all of us. It's been like this excitement, and then grieving, and then sad, and then John, and then the other cases. And it's like, oh my God, like it's a lot. It's a lot. The roof certainly is on fire, I must say.
Well, it is a total, it's just a total emotional gamut. It's not like one day. It's before you came on. People were asking me what I did. Look at this energy. People were asking me what I did Thursday night because it was just so, and for me, it was draining anyway because I was reading cards, tapping into energy, saying, no, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. I
Right.
thought he was going to get a lesser included. I had thought, oh,
Oh. Oh.
okay.
Oh. Wait, what the?
Oh, that was, um,
I have never
something.
ever
I've never
seen the
seen that.
combo of those two words.
There's been a few times there's been 3 words come up here. I have never seen. There was a word that came up, I mean, a little while ago before you came on. I did not know what it was. It's about a demonic entity. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, but anyway,
Oh my God. Do you know what that means? I just looked it up.
what? Oh, yeah, I do know.
The practice of
Yes.
fluids from a patient
Mm-hmm.
for treating or preventing disease. Didn't they do that in like the Egyptian times too? Like that
They
was a common practice?
they did that. They did that during the Vietnam War. They did it during the Victorian age. They did it a lot because if they did not know how to cure a lot of things, they would do that sort of thing.
It's like a drain the swamp.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
well, here, you know what came to mind when I said that? You know what came to mind? Where are the 3 leaders? That's what came to my mind
I'm not doing
when it said
anything.
that. Pardon?
They're not doing anything.
Yeah. Where are the 3 leaders of that stuff that came from John? When you think about it, 3, we've got not even 6 in our body. That is a lot. That that is a that is a terrible lot. Think about that. That is just like, wow, where is that? So I don't know. But before you came on, I, over the last few days, people were asking me what I did. And I said, the moment that I said, after the verdict came, I stayed on here for a little while. I was crying and I said, look, I need to get off of here. I need to go to work, all this other. And funny thing, I went right in, I took a shower, put my hair up, took my makeup off, went in the bed. I worked. I told my boss, I said, I'm working from my bed. I grabbed a deck of cards and I laid in there and I just decompressed. And I could not find a YouTube channel or any other. I mean, it was all over the mainstream media where it was just re-rolling the verdict.
Yep.
Over and over. And the first thing I thought of is, dear Karen, it's bad enough that, now she's reliving that. Now she's reliving it over and over. But, hey, it is what it is.
I would hope that, her team, her family is just removed and just not engaging in anything, not just process. Because they've all experienced a lot. And my take has always been, because court is always like a game of chess when it comes to the multiple sides, because there's the defense, the prosecution, and the actual higher court. I have always thought they were things that were withheld from us from all the sides, and I can only hope in due time all of that comes out from all of the sides, so we finally have the puzzle pieces that we're missing.
I agree. I mean, the whole team I think they're still running on adrenaline.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Reed, her dad, her mom, Nathan. I mean, so what's with her? Do we not see her sister? It seems like she doesn't want to be around this. Is there any reason, or is that personal? Is it, do you know?
I thought she was in a different state or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. But also, too, if she didn't want to be on camera, I don't blame her.
Heck no. Heck
Blame
no.
anyone for not wanting to be.
Well, that's right. And it's so funny. The day that Jen was, well, during her cross examination, when Alan Jackson called her out, when she said, "Oh, we sat at the table and we made a plan, and my sister was your sister in the courtroom? Yeah, she's sitting over there. What's her name?"
Hmm.
And everybody just looked immediately at her sister, and you could just see the utter sheer shock on Jen's face, like, oh heck, oh heck, it's wild. There
Yeah,
were,
I've got a lot of thoughts on that interview.
yeah, yeah, yeah. One of my favorite.
Having
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
just having seen some of the individuals that were on the camera and also family members that are not on the cameras and having specific interactions, it's been an interesting ride for a lot of us.
It has been. It has been. And one of my favorite times of this trial was when Yuri, I can't say his last name, and I'm not going to say that other name.
Just say boo quack quack.
Boo quack quack. There you go. Boo quack quack was on the stand, and Brennan was interviewing him. And then all of a sudden, it was like he gets really uncomfortable. He looks around. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. The evidence bag was moving." Oh, okay. I'm liking that. Did you see that part? I believe that was May 8th during his testimony with Hank.
Hmm.
He said the evidence bag was making a noise. It was between him and the jurors. And he turned around, looked at the bag, and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, that bag was making a noise." I'm like, "Yeah, that's John telling you, pal, you better be telling the truth." Said the evidence bag was ringing or something like that. Is what he said. Yeah, it said something about the evidence bag was making a noise.
Yeah, that's odd.
Isn't that weird?
That's
That's
odd.
wild. That's wild.
And can confirm. I know some other creators have spoken about this, that there were some within Dedham Fire Department that were very much on the free Karen Reed side. After the verdict came out, Karen and her team came out, and some of the crowd dissipated, and the cops opened up the street again. There was a truck that came by and honked and screamed so loud. I got it on film, and I was like, "Oh, okay, so it's true. It's true."
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's so funny because we constantly look at the twist. Is that a plot twist? Um, twist and shout, twist and shout. The funny thing is that during the closing arguments, we never heard one siren, did we? I always said that was John letting the sirens go. And then during closing arguments, there was no siren.
Not a peep. Uh-huh.
Stranger
Mm-hmm.
things have happened at sea, haven't they? So how far are you from Salem?
That's a loaded question because it depends on what time of the day because there's traffic.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We're talking Boston, which I've been told is like LA East, essentially.
Oh. Oh.
If we were to get through town, Boston's town, for those of you who aren't local, if we were to get through town, maybe 30 minutes, but there are times it could take over an hour and a half, because that's how bad traffic can be.
Gotcha. So you're
Especially-
relatively close. You're relatively close.
Oh, I could get to Boston in maybe 15 minutes if there wasn't going to be traffic. But
yeah. Cool. I love it.
It's 128 moving or a parking lot. Exactly, Ellen.
A long time ago, because, I'm into this thing, I wanted to move somewhere that was historic, and I've always loved Salem, and I was offered a job there back in the 1980s. You probably were not born yet. And this was in the tea room reading tea leaves and reading cards and everything else. I was working on the Psychic Friends Network. I loved it there. So I think it was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I thought, you know what? Maybe I should think about moving to Salem. And I found these absolutely wonderful homes that kind of reminded me of Practical Magic. You know, those homes that it's just so much history, kind of on a Castle Practical Magic side, but the price tag kept
Mm-hmm.
me, the price tag is very pricey. So I thought, okay, all right, all right, you're all set. I'm not going to be moving there, but I sure do love to visit. I want to. I'll come up there. I'll come
You
up there and
should.
visit.
It's And I will say, just like Massachusetts in general is gorgeous, and I think that's why a lot of us
I love
stay
that.
here.
Yeah, I love
um,
Massachusetts. I love
mi-
it there. I think it's beautiful.
mine, minus everything else that's going on. It's
Of
the
course,
area is gorgeous.
of course. It could. I mean, what is happening there can and does happen everywhere.
Right.
There's always, I mean, I know a little town in Tennessee that's affiliated like that, and it's like, hello.
Mm-hmm.
But what do you do? Pardon me, what do? You have to do the best, and you can't stop living. You've got to live. You can't stop living. If you stop living, then to me they win. They win if you stop living. So
I'm just
you,
I'm just really grateful that this case got as big as it did, because there's been so many of us that have known the issues for a while.
yeah, me
Um,
too.
you know, and like I said, it goes back to John. At the end of
That's
the
right.
day, it goes back to John.
Well, John is a hero anyway, and most likely he did not know that he had the Widowmaker heart problem.
Mhm.
That's very sad. So when you think about it, could his days have been numbered one way or another? That's a sick way of looking at it. But sometimes when you step back and you have to look at the soul and you think, okay, was this kind of a destiny? So because he is a hero, regardless of what anybody thinks, he's a hero. Look what they did to him. And this just needs to be brought out. I think with Karen, it's definitely a destiny thing.
Mhm.
There's this there's this woman who's this, you know, takes on she's a real badass as far as I'm concerned. And just a weird in some ways when you think about it, but it is what it is.
I mean, I'll open up about this as someone who lost her father due to a widowmaker heart attack. This was the early 90s, mid
Oh, you did,
90s.
Boozy? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, no, don't even apologize about it. Grieving is a process. But yeah,
Exactly.
people can live with these. My father had cardiomyopathy, and that wasn't something spoken about until after his passing. So, people can live with these type of heart conditions even if they don't take care about it. Uh-huh, that's exactly, therefore
Therefore,
you can live for years and decades. That's why I saw that certain blockage percentage, and then I see some people talking about that, but I'm like, people really can live with these conditions and just think
yeah,
it's heartburn, not go to the doctor, not try to take care about it, and ignore it for years and years and years and years and years. Standard, exactly. So it makes me almost think that, of course, the drinking didn't do any well, and I'm sure we all know about that. If you have heart issues, that leads to acid reflux and the things. That's very common. But my father also liked his heavy Budweiser. So, and
I get it.
The Pepsid AC, the acid, and the Tums were common with my father too. It's ask us. See, that's what I mean. That's what
Like,
I mean. That's what
yep,
I mean.
that's right.
And my father had red hair, Irish, couldn't go out in the sun without getting more freckles.
Aw,
And so there's a lot of correlation to some things that I saw in John's health that I also understood.
yeah,
I understand the Irish no cap. I understand the mindset, and you work hard, you take care of your family, end of discussion. You don't talk about your problems. I get
yeah.
it.
No, I get it.
I get it.
Get it.
I totally get it. Um, and that's why I'm like, no, no, no. He was taken too early, you know.
I agree. Do you think that I don't think he knew about it, do you? I mean, I don't, but we don't know. I mean, it's one of those
Um,
things we don't know.
you know
He
what?
was
So how
definitely
old was
taken too early. He was what,
how old?
46?
I just want to say, I think he was mid to early 40s. My father passed when he was 39. Like,
Oh,
so, he probably knew something was wrong, but and I hate to say it like this, he probably was just ignoring it, or probably didn't think it was as bad as it was.
right,
Like,
right.
there are bigger things in life than, my heartburn right now. Like, I can literally,
Yeah,
you know, um,
that's right.
he had bigger fish to fry, like taking care of the family. So,
That's right. That's right.
you
Hi,
know,
my darling. Well, it's, and I know that sounds so heartless on my end, but there's things that sometimes I believe people are or can be appointed for things, even if they're bad. I don't like to say
mhm,
that, but many times in order to find the good come out of things, bad has to happen. And I hate that because that's in many, many different things. And I'm not saying that about John, and I'm not saying he should be, and I'm not saying all that. What I'm saying is the blessing that has come from this is the fact that so much has been exposed. And so
mhm,
much is going to be, and that makes John a hero. He was a hero to begin with. He makes him a hero, makes Karen a heroine. And it just is, it's a very sad situation when this sort of thing happens on an esoteric level. But I'm going to tell you this, we're going to be talking about this particular case and everyone around them for decades. Decades.
mhm,
What's the short
mhm.
term? What's the short term? Hello.
I mean, like, and that's the thing too. It's like, what's to come in the next 6 months?
That's right.
What's what's gonna come?
That's exactly right.
I mean, next up for Karen is the civil suit. What's going to happen with that? There's been other lawsuits throwing around behind the scenes too. So I think we're just going to have to wait and
Yeah,
see what actually comes to fruition.
I
Who
think so
knows?
too. I think so too. Because I don't think she's got one. I think the lawsuits we're going to start hearing maybe about lawsuits this week. Sorry. I've got allergies so bad, and look at what's rolling around me, and this is
I was about to say, you got a cat scarf around you, Zelda.
I do. I've got a cat collar around me. So, but toads. Oh yeah, that's a good name for them, toads. So, but I think this week is going to be monumental. There's going to be a lot happen. I'm going to tell you what, don't miss my series because I'm going to do a series. Everybody has asked me, are we going to find out anything? My series is who's going to pay. And I'm going to read card by card. And a long time ago, I read for Higgy, and it's a two-part. He's the key. He was a key witness in this. The key witness. Um, and I believe that. I mean, there's so much more. There's so much more there. When you go into his background and what got him to this place to begin with, there's just so much more. And but I'm going to do that series. Who's going to pay? Who's going to answer for this? Who's going to be let go? Who's is there somebody that's going to come out of the woodwork? Do we know? Do we not know? I'm going to see. I mean, there's a reality is none of them may. None of them may. That's the reality. But I'm not a true believer in that. I believe somebody's going to step up. I believe somebody just might sing if they haven't already. If they haven't already.
How heavy of a burden can one person bear? Would be my question.
That's why I think Higgy is struggling. That's why I think we can't really, aside from his lawyer basically saying, do not get near the Alberts, because I think that his lawyer probably knows them and pretty much knows that, you know what, if something goes down, they will point the finger at Higgy, and they will throw him under the bus because he's an outsider. He's a throwaway, just like Karen was. And they will stick together and all of that.
Well, and that's my thing too, is like there's been a lot of speculation going on about Higgins, and I know a lot of people want to say a lot about what they, quote unquote, know about him. But all I can say is this. If it's true early on, like the summer of 22, he was out and about getting drunk and saying things, I could see that about him because of the speculation of the places he was going to and the specific places that he was named to be at. I I also wholeheartedly believe that Kevin Albert did give him a call because he started to, take a walk back from certain friendships. I could see that too because that's also on record that Kevin Albert was calling people regarding Chloe and things going on with the dog. Like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things that are leading to yes, but are still not 100% confirmed because we haven't seen the phone records. How can we confirm that without seeing a phone record?
Yeah. Yeah.
All I know is that Higgins is not missing. His house is not up for sale. He is where he is. His cars are still there. He still has federal plates. I've been told he doesn't look too hot. I also don't know how you can look too hot after all that stress anyways.
That's right. That's right.
Regardless if he did something or not, this is a lot of stress on everyone. So
it is.
He said he didn't do anything. That's the rumor. He just pulled the dog off. That's what was said drunkenly in a bar.
Said. And you know what? I gotta tell you this. From what I know, give me a second here. Let me see. Somebody sent me a Venmo, and I want to thank them so totally. Thank you so much for your generosity, but I can't pull the phone off because if I do, it will cause this camera to go off. Anyway, so thank you. Whoever sent me the Venmo, thank you, thank you. Bottom line, this is what I know about ATF agents. I'm not saying about Higgy. I'm saying about what I know about ATF agents. ATF agents are trained to handle aggressive dogs in a very aggressive way. That means because usually if they go out on any type of situation, and if it gets dangerous, because most people that they would go, I mean, think about what ATF stands for. And if they go out after people, and usually sometimes they go out with DEA. So think about that. And so usually the bad guys will have, thank you, sample. This is an example, that's right. The bad guys will have very aggressive dogs. So if ATF, DEA, whatever acronym, alphabet shows up, when they start coming toward wherever they are, they'll sick these really bad dogs on them, and they are trained to handle them. Mm-hmm. How to handle them. Like if one of them grabs onto you, what to do. All of this. They are also taught that if something happens, there's a process of elimination. So when I heard that story about him being in Boston, I thought, that makes sense because of his training. It was a matter of deduction for me that I thought, because what I had heard, not fact, word on the street. Look, caller, there we go. A caller, that's right. If you go out for a caller, thank you very much for telling me that. But word on the street is that he tried to pull Chloe off. Now, I did not know that when I did the video Christmas Eve when I had the remote viewing with John. And John is telling me who was there. John was telling me that someone from behind pushed him. There were 3 people. Someone from behind pushed him. He fell into 2 other people, and they took it as an aggressive action because they did not expect. I don't believe they planned this. I don't believe it.
Mm-mm.
I think it was something that just happened.
Mhm.
And they were drunk, and they were feeling aggressive and, charged up and peacocking and all this other stuff. And I think they took it as an aggressive move from John. And that's when the perpetual started hitting the fan. And but all I know is, he said toward the end, because I was asking him these questions, and all he said was that they sat him up after he fell, they were laughing at him.
Mm-hmm.
And then they did not realize the severity. And when they sat him up because he was choking. They sat him up. All this came out of him. And then they saw what was happening with the back of his head. He said they took a bunch of towels and pressed on the back of his head, thinking it was just a cut, not realizing the seriousness. And he said from that moment, all he remembered is that they took him and he laid in a cold and dark place. And that's all he remembered. And that was the ending. That was after he showed me the hospital thing. But he showed me, because I didn't even know, he showed me his clothing laying on the floor of the hospital when he was laying on the gurney in the hospital and the ER after they pronounced him. And the cop walks in and pats his arm. And he was standing across the room from me, looking at me. And in those situations, you can't interact. It wasn't like I could just run up and turn this cop around and take a look at his face or anything. But that's what he told me. That's what he told me. So what always got to me was putting him in a cold and dark place. And to me, these people in the interview saying tonight or yesterday, whenever it was, oh, John didn't come in the house. No, maybe he just went into the garage. Maybe he went into the garage and maybe he went downstairs, because look, it shows him going up and down 3 flights of steps. But it kind of makes sense if something happened that they would put him in a garage, because after all, then at that point they had to renovate the basement. So I think there was definitely some things, but when you're talking to energy like that because he doesn't know what hit him. He doesn't. When you have something that severe, it's not like you can sit here and go, oh yeah, Zelda, well, let's see, get a cup of coffee, darling, because I'm going to tell you exactly blow by blow. It just doesn't work that way. It's like picking, you see these words coming up on the EVP, and that's about what it's like. You don't hear audible voices except those people that are around. You hear noises. What I did hear when I saw all this, when I saw him pushed, you could hear muffled sounds, as in um, shuffling. Like when somebody gets pushed, I could hear shuffling and I could hear muffled talk, and it was three distinctive voices, but I could not tell who they were. I couldn't tell you. If I had to go on the witness stand tomorrow, I couldn't tell you. I'm not going to lie about it. I don't know. And I didn't see faces. I wish I did. But it was a lot of shuffles. And then I heard some screaming. And it wasn't like that shrill B movie scream. It was like, oh my God, this, oh my God, type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I truly believe, based on what I know, that Matt McCabe knows a lot more than what he's letting on. And we know the rest of the story. So I just want everybody to know that as bad as this was, it doesn't, from what I understand, it does not seem as though John suffered in a way that he realized, because it basically knocked him out. He was almost disconnected. He was starting to disconnect. He was almost disconnected. So there was not a matter of, it was a matter of, it happened so quickly. It's just like he faded out, and that was it. So there's just, I think there was more to the blow. And bottom line is, he showed me where that he had the glass, and he had it was taken to his face, and someone smashed it into his face. But at this point, if someone does want to tell the truth, we might know what happened, but I don't think we'll ever get a total reenactment. I don't think we'll ever get that.
I did want to validate that, because I remember the initial time you said that on a live stream. You kind of like withheld it for a while, and then you finally came out, and I was like, oh. And I listened to that like 4 or 5 times, by the way. And then obviously all the times that you have said it again in other live streams. But most recently, now I am very much in the woo-woo community. So let me just preface that.
Okay.
So I do like to watch, other readers and things that they say. And just to validate you, this past week after the verdict, there was one, I would say, smaller creator and then one larger creator that decided to pull for Karen's case. And one of them literally stated it felt that it was more of almost like a hazing type of thing, and she couldn't put her mind to it. Other than that, it felt like it was a hazing, like there's joking around it.
Yeah.
And then the other bigger creator said something similar, where it felt like he was being laughed at, or there was something going on like that this person couldn't put their finger on it. So and I kept going back to what you originally said, and I was like, yeah, I don't think they took it seriously until they realized how serious it was. And that's what something that the bigger creator said too. Like, it didn't seem like they thought it was anything bad, like anything bad was going to come about it.
I really believe wholeheartedly that the idea was the reason that one of the reasons that they involved Karen, and they wanted Karen to go back. If she would have come in the house, I think they would have done the, oh, you do know, did you see the text between Higgins and, I think they were going to try to be smart Alex and narc on her a little bit to John, but I think John already knew. I think that he really kind of already knew that there was this little thing between Karen and Higgins that was just very short-lived. Mm-hmm. But I just feel, now I'm going to tell you, I've seen the other side of the aisle too. I saw a paranormal creator the other day that had the spirit box and it was sitting there and literally talking to him, and that bothers me because I've never seen in all my 150 years of doing this, I've never seen I've never seen a spirit box speak in eloquent sentences, as in respond in eloquent sentences, as much as this spirit box. So he's sitting there and he's like, well, I think we've got John O'Keefe here. And what do you think? She's guilty. She hit me with the car. She ran over me and it hurt. It scared me. I was very scared. And it just started talking like this. And I'm thinking, I'm a little sus of that. I'm a little, I don't know. And I watched it because I think that, sometimes you have to watch and make a collective decision as to what your gut and okay. You have to collectively watch. Make it. Yeah. You disembodied voice. Hello. Are you telling me that there's a disembodied? I have a hair in my eye. I'm sorry. I keep rubbing my eyes. But there's a there. I mean, I think there's sometimes you just have to make a collective decision as to. Yeah. Hello.
Oh, Jesus.
As soon as I saw that, I heard a noise, and it was coming from my bathroom. Hello. So I don't know. I mean, I've seen both sides of the aisle. When I first did that, Dream Media, Gracie with Dream Media, contacted me. Dominica, Nika, the land you said alone, and the song. What was that song? Okay, anyway, hello. Slap happy. Gracie with Dream Media contacted me and she said, oh my God, I hired a psychic to read John. And she said, she told me almost verbatim what you said. And I haven't posted it yet. And I said, oh, well, do you want me to wait before I post it? She said, oh, no. So anyway, so there we go. We need to be careful in the chat what we put in there, okay? Miss Amanda, you may have to take that down. I know exactly what you mean. Oh, well hello. I think because we have trouble with that. Where? That's right, where? Where? So anyway, I think there's energy coming through. I think that there's a lot more to be said. That's what I was shown, and that's all I know. And right. I wasn't asking. Here's the thing. I wasn't asking for it. I was about half asleep. It was like Christmas Eve. And then all of a sudden it's like, whoop, here we go. And I was kind of laughing in a way because I thought, wow, I feel like one of those, what is Charles Dickens' Christmas, the Christmas Carol where you get whisked off and you see these other lives and the Christmas past and Christmas present and Christmas future. And I'm thinking, whoa, that's just wild. So I just think that there's so much to be said about a lot of stuff. But all I know is what I know, and it was real as could be. And I can tell the difference when I'm dreaming or when I'm lucid dreaming or when I'm remote viewing. And believe me, it was a remote view. It was more than a movie. The very hard part about that is You just can't get involved. You just can't get involved
Mm-hmm.
because you're not allowed to. You can't change the course of history and you can't change the course of what had happened. Because certainly when I'm hearing all this, of course, I would want to get involved and say, stop doing this. But it's already happened. So
Mm-hmm.
wild.
I just can't, like, you know how Richie Microdots has done a ton of those recreations? Like, I keep picturing John like walking up to the house. That
I,
I can't get that visual out of my head. You
I
know,
do.
up that driveway with like the dusting of snow, and it's just like, I don't know what happened with this cell phone. You know, I agree with other creators that the stare data, the fact that it matches up with McNuckles is weird. You know, I was the first one to point that out. I was like, what is going on with this? Um, you know, the last movements, the unlocking, blah blah. And you know what? I haven't said this on YouTube yet, but there was a case, and it's in public documents, so I can say this out loud, of a civil case against Brian Higgins, where he was part of the ATF. It was a case against this person. They used a fake pew pew, a
Yes.
fake
Yes.
to make this person go down. This person had their cell phone on him, but he was down. He couldn't stand up, and they Brian Higgins picked up this person's phone and then used this person's finger as they were
Right.
down to unlock the phone. And I can't get that out of my head. I haven't, since I've
Right.
learned that from last year, I can't get that out of my head. I've
I agree. Because if it shows that John unlocked his phone at a particular time and he wasn't, because from all intents and purposes, when you do the timeline, pardon me, when you do the timeline, oops, hello, be careful now. Oh my gosh, she's such a mean girl. Somebody else came up here and wanted to sit, and she's like, no, no, get lost, go. So I'm sorry. So anyway, you have to wonder, how did that work?
right.
Because I don't believe that Jen was looking out the window seeing if Karen was leaving. I think she was looking out the window concerned if she was coming in. I think that it almost happened immediately when he entered the house.
That's what I thought too. It was very quick, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, done. But that's why I always thought, I was like, wait, these last bits of data never made sense to me. That
Mm-hmm.
whole 12, 32, 16 pocket state, and then no more movement. I was like, this doesn't make sense to me. And now that we have the battery temps, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
It it
Yeah.
wasn't outside though, because the outside doesn't make sense either because of the battery temp.
Yeah. Well, you know, when I first posted this, because I knew of Richie's content, but I didn't know a lot about Richie's content. And I reached out to him and I talked to him about different things and all this other. And there was one that I saw, and he actually took it down. I cannot remember. If I wish he were here in the chat, he could tell us which one it was. He took it down. I saw it one time, and he said he wanted to like remake it. And it was so intense. I don't think I breathed the whole time that I was watching it. And two things I could remember is that it showed, like, as you're looking into the Jen and Matt's bedroom, and she's pacing and he's sitting on the floor, or I'm sorry, on the bed. And the next thing you know, you are seeing John in this cold and dark room.
Was that when the video about the 911 phone call maybe?
I don't know. It was almost a blow by blow play, and he took it down because after I
It
had
was.
this reviewing, I thought, oh heck, I want to go and see this again. And then I contacted him. He said, no, I actually had to go and do this at another. I'm remaking it, so I don't have that one any longer. Yeah, it was right. Standing Stones. It was like in a boiler room. It
I do
showed
remember.
John laying there, and I thought, oh,
I
that's
think
what
I think it's because Karen's phone was still recording and you could hear her muffled call Coco after the 911 phone. I know exactly what you're talking about because I made a video on it. And then it clipped to the boiler room and then it clipped. I know exactly the video you're talking about, Zelda. You're not
Okay.
crazy.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think he took it down because of the certain things that may or may not have been said by via phone call to the sister. So
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah. This is a pattern. Look at this. It's a pattern. Yes, it is a pattern. Very much so. I just think that as we move forward into this, but I'll tell you what, that just gave me the cold, dark chills. And Microdots came out with that little clip that he did. I saw it earlier. I was able to see it before he posted it. I saw it earlier. It was just, pardon me, just absolutely amazing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he's going to be doing. So look at the energy. He's going to be doing a lot more in putting a lot of these things together. Now that he can, now that he's a little bit more, that's what I've always wondered. Hello. Hello, darling. Now we know. So glad you mentioned it so I don't have to. Thank you. So, I don't think it was called the time frame. It was something else. I can't remember. But anyway, I ended up reading cards for Richie, and we came very good chatting back and forth. And then we decided we're going to do this paranormal investigation one day when things get, calming. So there we are. So that's the idea. That's the idea. That's the idea. So I think that as we have, there's so much more we're going to think about. Zelda, the doctor said you can find that pattern in the house. Not sure.
Oh, Dr. Laposada.
Oh, Dr. Laposada said you can find that pattern in the house. Yeah.
She was asked about if she had seen interior photographs, and it was immediately,
the garage.
All that stuff. So she couldn't actually say it, but she was trying to.
Yeah.
Because
she garage, did. Right.
Spray. She did see those photos. She couldn't testify to it, but that's where the questions were leading to.
Mm-hmm.
If you understand court, that's exactly where the questions were leading to.
I agree.
Was about the garage.
She started to say the garage, and then they objected because Karen said she knew. Now I'm gonna tell you, watch for it. Karen is going to start talking about the garage. Watch for it. We're going to hear it. Because she did mention that she saw John go into the garage. They asked her what door, and she wouldn't tell. So, we'll see. But, don't you think it's odd the judge won't even allow the garage doors? Mourning. That's right. Karen has got to mourn. Yeah.
I will say this because Standing Stones is asking about the garage. Something that I always try to bring people back to is the outline of when they sold the house, the Zillow. The garage was never included in it. So they were very specific, validity and Charles. There's very specific things that were withheld from the Zillow listing that included the bulkhead as well as
Yes.
the garage lineup. Like the garage was never lined in those I forget what you call it. Those, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? When you
Yep.
sell a house and they show you where they are.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they purposely didn't line out the garage. I keep trying to tell people, go to the things that they don't want you to look at, or the things they keep trying
That's
to
right. Exactly. Exactly. Let me see if I can put something up here.
the floor plan. Thank you.
Yes. It's exactly that. It's exactly that. Because let me see. Hello. What do we have here? Might be able to
Yes.
show you a little
Yeah, if
something.
you guys look at the floor plans, it's incorrect the way that the windows and bulkhead are in the basement, and then there's no lines for the garage. None.
Yes. Yes. You don't see any of that.
And there's also connections between the Roberts, so Carrie Roberts, and also a couple other people, and the realtors that represented the Alberts. Because obviously it's Canton, it's small. So they're all interconnected.
Mm-hmm.
A Canon event. Oh, Lord. Oh,
Oh,
oh.
administrator. What's
Well,
going on? I'm looking for a particular something here. Uh, where is it? Hello? Hello. I don't
yeet.
know. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm sure there's going to be much more coming about as we move on through this very interesting time, because it's one of these things that you just, there's so much. So much.
Well, the photos that came out from the garage, you could tell
Mhm.
one of them was from a still of a video. So, you know, you know, they know what the interior of that garage looks like. They know. And
Richie has those photos in his latest video.
remaining, exactly. There is, I don't know. I think the way that Jen testified regarding the garage was really odd. It was very distancing language. For those of you that understand language like that, it's
Mhm.
odd. And also, too, something that I noted. I went back to Jen's first testimony, and it was funny because Alan was crossing her about the 507 time frame,
Oh,
and,
yes.
and that wasn't brought out. That phone call wasn't brought out for trial one. He was bringing it out because at 507 senior, that's when Karen was leaving Meadows to go to Jen, and you could see her body language being like, well, and, she kind of got up a little bit, and her eyes lit up a little bit, and it was almost like she thought she was going to be called out for that phone call to Coco at
Right.
507, but she never was until the second trial.
And you know what that was all about too. It was all about that, you better hurry up. You better hurry up. She's coming.
Well, and that's the thing too, guys, if you think about it, those phone calls, Zelda froze, I think. But I'm here to chat with you guys. I know you're not here for me. Oh Lord. Do I do a dance? Do I'm still here. No, Boozy with the save. Boozy takeover. Guys, this is dangerous. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's about to no. Okay. Hey, you don't know me. I'm Boozy Beauty. Okay. So we can still talk. I'm used to this. Okay. So if we go back to what a shot. We go back to the phone calls. If you I can't dance. If you remember, there was a 5:07 a.m. phone call. Then there was the whole shenanigans with trying to, "Hi, guys. I can still see chat. Hi." And then as well, we had a what was it, 6:07 and then 6:08 phone call that was, completely, contested against.
Yes.
Don't worry, chat. See, Zelda, I can take over. Thank God I was here.
So glad we started talking about that and my whole system just crashed. It just went down.
Well, at 5:07 a.m., you say?
Yeah. Just crashed. So it's like, hello.
Ain't that the time that has been, we'll say a thorn in my, thumb for a while, that 5:07 a.m. time frame.
Yes. Absolutely.
If
Absolutely.
you know.
It sure has. It's just been it's been, welcome to Crazy Town. So that's basically it. But yeah, talking about that, and it's like, oh no, that wasn't a cat that did that. I'm sitting here, was actually looking. I literally have a picture of the bulkhead, of the original bulkhead. I do. Let me try to find it. Let me try to find this so I can share it, because this is so. I shared it once before, and I put it in a special place. You know how that is. I put it in a special place, and that special place, I have no clue. But I'm looking for. Oh, let me see here. It may be in this special place. Let me see. Continue. I've got my whole crime files here. Do you know that I have 3 terabytes of an external hard drive, and it is almost full?
I believe it.
That's how much of this, and I've got 5 notebooks where I take notes, and it's like, hello.
And I'll say this, there's been some other people that are like, "Oh, I'm deleting things," I'm like,
No.
We need everything still. Oh, no.
No, I agree. We need it all. We need it all. Don't delete nothing. That's what I'm saying. If Karen gets her SUV, I would just say, oh, thanks for the memories, and then put it in some type of storage until further notice. Don't eliminate it. Don't get rid of it. Just don't do nothing. Let me see if I can't find this thing. Maybe I might not be able to.
Oh, the amount of screenshots. You know what? Like the videos, the things that you guys need to save for this. It's just.
Oh yeah, definitely. And how? Save everything. Don't save. I've got things though from cases years ago. Let me see. Years ago. Let me see where it is. Sammy, don't be. Don't sit on. No.
Oh, there goes the cat. Now you jinxed.
Oh, these cats. I'm telling you. You guys don't even know. The cats are like driving me up a wall. I was trying to do some work last night, and I mean, I finally just said, okay, I give up. I can't do it. I give up. I can't do it. And it is just been crazy town with these guys. I don't know. I know the energy is thick, but it's like, I don't know. They got plenty of food, plenty of water. It's just, we got to hang on our mama for a minute. And let me just walk over the keyboard. We'll just walk over the keyboard. It's okay.
Well, I can entertain you folks for 1 second. I
Yes,
just had
please.
I
Please.
just had since we're on the woo woo channel, I can do this on the woo woo channel.
Oh, yeah, please.
So I just had 4 cards fly out of my deck, and
Oh,
it's the Hermit in reverse, the King of Cups, the 7 of Cups, and then the 3 of Cups. I'm getting Brian Albert not being good to
yes.
to an emotional Brian Higgins. They're full of delusions and celebrating working as a team. Yeah, they're not doing good.
No. This is a thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
This is a total a total act. I got to tell you, it is just a total act of what's happening and what's going on, because this is welcome to Crazy Town, basically, is what it is. These guys, now, it said something earlier, and I didn't mention this. My cards have been saying for a long time that there may be an unaliving by someone to themselves, because it said that on the EVP. So I'm wondering if and when things heat up, if somebody's just going to maybe try to take some do not sorry, if going to take some things into their matters into their own hands. I don't know, but Sam, you better relax a little bit, sister.
I will say, if any of you guys know tarot, how many cards are in this deck? The chances of you pulling out this
78. Yeah.
Okay, I just got the 7 of Cups again. So
yeah, see,
that's like I'm feeling more, not being in the right mind, drunk, substances, maybe even prescriptions, numbing.
I agree. And can actually maybe thinking that they are in a dream world, that this can go away and they don't have to pay attention. It could be in a dream world. It could be many things in that regard. So that's wild. That's wild.
I know.
That's excellent. I just saw that earlier today while I was putting the stream together, but who knows, with everybody walking over my keyboard where everything lands these days. But I knew I had it, and I thought I had it. I have to look. I showed it in a stream not long ago, but it's the original picture of the bulkhead, and it's the one that Alan Jackson showed Brian Albert on the stand, and Brian looked shocked.
I know exactly what you're talking. No, wait, no. So that was a new bulkhead during trial, because I remember Brian Albert was like,
okay,
that's a new bulkhead. But Zelda, there was an interior photo. I know exactly what you're talking about because I use it in a photo and I have it saved. There is, and it's from the inside. They opened up the basement door and was panning up.
Yes.
Exactly what you're talking about.
That's the one I have.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I got it, but I got it. And it's like, oh my, no ma'am. So it's like, wow.
And I also can confirm too that I did speak to a realtor who had a client at that time that was considered purchasing 34 Fairview when it was being sold. And they, they obviously toured the entire house. And that realtor noted that there was certain like new things and upgrades to the basement, but only certain things like in that particular space.
Oh.
And she said it seemed odd that there were like specific things and not the entire room. Like you would think if you're redoing a basement, you would redo the whole thing.
Yeah.
But there were specific upgrades, but she was like, oh, that's kind of weird. But at the time, she didn't think anything of it. She was like, I didn't think anything of it. But now hindsight's 2020. It's like, oh, that's kind of odd.
Okay, so here you go, my darlings. Are you ready? Here we go. There it is.
That's
That's
it.
it. That's it.
Yeah. Two of Cups in reverse.
You're getting a lot of reverses for them.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the actual bulkhead in 34 Fairview. And this is the one, and it's not showing the entire picture, but this is the one where Brian Albert said, oh, the doorknob has been changed. And I just thought that that was wild.
Oh, my cards are screaming. 4 of Swords to the 9 of Swords.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I don't usually read in reverse.
These are upright.
I do uprights only. And boy, oh boy, there was somebody came on my channel one time. Oh my gosh. They just ripped me into a complete shred and said, you're cheating people out of your card readings. You're cheating people out of 78 more meanings. And you know my response, pardon me, you know what my response is? You know what? Life is bad enough. Why do we have to, people see these reverse cards and they get scared because they know. I mean, it's bad enough when you get the Tower and the Devil and all these other cards. I mean, to me, that pretty much handles it. When you're going to get negative no matter what. You know?
Right. Well, that's the thing too. It's how it is in the energy and how it comes to you. The Devil's not always bad. It's not.
No.
The Tower's not always bad.
It's a temporary situation. Mm-hmm. I always think it's going to be temporary.
Right.
It's definitely temporary because there's things that need to be done. And so it is what it is. So anyway, Standing Stones. Captain Harris, is your dad okay, honey?
Melissa just asked, where's the doorknob? In the big photo, you can't see the entire thing.
In the doorknob, no, you can't. This is too big. But if you're looking at this, the doorknob would be on the right.
Right.
You see the door? The door is right. It's like opens from the door opens to the left. I'm sorry. It opens to the left. And then the doorknob is right behind or lower than where Standing Stone's comment is. So it's below that, and I can't make it smaller.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see it in the photo though. Just not this angle, but it is there.
It is there.
And as someone from New England, that is an original pine door. So that photo is the original exterior door.
Yeah. I don't even know how I got it. I don't know.
It came into trial at some point during trial 1. And I remember being like, I was like, how did they get this photo?
Right. It did come into trial. So I just thought that was just very, very odd.
And also too, the paint that was in the photo of the garage, it's a maroon paint, which is kind of funny. But then if you go back to Richie Microdots, he posted a photo not too long ago on Twitter where it was a close-up before they painted the 34 Fairview home blue, and you can see that the shutters and the door to the garage are that same shade of maroon.
I was thinking about those people that live at 34, and I'm gonna have to get off here. I'm fading, and we're gonna go live tomorrow. But I was thinking about those people, the new owners of 34, and think about that, how miserable they are because they bought a tourist attraction. Right. It's about like the Amityville house that I'm sure people are calling, people are writing, people are going up to the door. Think about it. I'm sure that there's some bravery there. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's people driving past constantly, all of this stuff. And it's like, oh my God, I feel so sorry for them. I mean, think of it this way. Amityville happened 50 years ago this past November 13th. 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say it. I remember when it happened. I was young, but I remember. I went into the Amityville house. That is a big story. I'll have to tell it because it was for sale in September of 2016. And I actually was able, because when you go to view something like that for sale, realtors require, or sometimes the owners require, what they call a proof of funds. And I was able to get a proof of funds to go in there and look. And my lawyer wrote it on his letterhead that he had it in escrow. Was I going to buy that house? Not only no, but heck no. But I wanted to see. And it was a fiasco when I went in. I didn't even make it past the front room.
Mm-hmm.
Things that I saw. And then somebody that I was with was crazy town.
Right.
Crazy. So I just don't even want to get into that, but it was crazy. Totally scary. Saw a demon. It was, and they still have, some of the furniture that was in that, they still have some of the furniture that was in that,
oh no.
house. Yeah.
Oh no.
That's why, that is literally why, when those people got it after everything happened, they bought the house furnished.
Oh no.
I saw they showed me the crime photos.
Oh my God.
I'm going to tell you, that's gross. And we're talking about the red stuff, how if it gets into walls and interior, you can't get it out. Well, I got to tell you, there is still that in the Amityville house in 2 of the bedrooms. They've tried to wallpaper over it. They've tried to cover it up. They've tried to clean it up, and it is still there. So that stuff's going to hang around. You just can't pour bleach on it because bleach has a certain reaction to it and can cause another way for them to investigate. So there's, it's not like the old days where you just like, oh, okay, well, whatever, right? So that was something.
Well, that's the thing. It's like coffee. It doesn't go away.
That's right. Well, Green-Eyed Southern Girl had a question, and I can't even reach the button because look, I've got arms full. Look at Sam. She's like, if you move, I am so tired. If you move, anyway. So, the people that bought it before the people that are in it now, I think there's been 4 owners, remodeled it. It's very close. I mean, it's very close. They've wallpapered, they've updated a little bit and everything else, but it's very close. But the people that bought it right after, they're the ones that became famous and made the movie and all this other stuff. They bought it furnished. The only thing they got rid of was the mattresses. They got this house for like $350,000, and back then it appraised for like $800,000. So they got it on a fire sale. They couldn't sell it, and the furniture and everything, because these people just got up and left. When they left that house, it was just like the movie. They left. They left all of their belongings, all the furniture, most of all the belongings. They had people come back, and they had people come back and pack up their personal things. And the people that packed up their personal things was a moving company. They said they felt like they were being watched the whole time, even the people that moved in. But believe me, if you drive by Amityville now and you're going too slow, the police will come up behind you and tell you to get going. If you're walking on the sidewalk and you just walk 2 steps in their driveway, they have you arrested. They've got security cameras out. They've got all, I mean, it's crazy.
I believe it.
Yeah. In the Amityville house, there was one of the family members. Do you remember the movie Amityville Horror? That's what it was made from. And it was, that's what happened. Yeah, so there's a doctor, actually a local doctor, and her husband, who is a naval officer, I believe, or Air Force officer, have it. And I wanted no, it's not the Exorcist house. It's the Amityville. It's literally used, and they took out those cat eye windows in the top. That's the one that I didn't like. They removed them so it wouldn't look, you can see it. They blocked it out on Google, but Google Maps, but you can actually go onto Bing and look at it. And you can stand right in front of the house and look at it. And it's a beautiful home, but it's like, oh my gosh. So anyway, they when the people that live there now, I made them an offer. And they called my attorney and pardon me, I literally wanted to buy that house and put cameras all over it and not live there, but just have like paranormal groups and that sort of thing come in and do investigations very quietly. Like Jason Hawes from TAPS wanted to, a few other people, but because the city would not allow anything going on, the previous mayor was like, oh yeah, let's turn it into a bed and breakfast that'll bring revenue in here to Amityville. And the neighbors like, no, we're not doing anything. And they actually voted him out of office because of that. Well, it got to the point where the current owners who called my attorney pretty much said, we want to do this, but if she's willing to pay XYZ money, and they were asking for a ridiculous amount of money. And I said, look, your house is in a flood zone. If there's ever anything that would ever happen, because they told me that their flood insurance was almost $1,200 a month on top of their mortgage and everything else. I said, look, pardon me, I'm not into that. Pardon me, I'm not into that. So they wanted to play the game on the price. And I said, nah, just keep it. Just keep it. It's okay. It's okay. Just keep it. But this house is probably one of the most demonic active houses that I've ever been in. Not haunted, demonically active. Because I know of a demonologist that was going to go up there with me and actually go into the house, and we were going to clean it, make sure that any of that activity was gone. But all of those stains, everything in the walls, it's all over. Can't get rid of it.
And that's also like the most well-known house. I would say, like, out of all, like, the quote-unquote spooky houses, even if you don't believe in this kind of stuff, it's very well-known simply because of the movies about it.
Yeah, that's right.
Sit down, demon.
There we go. See, sit down, demon.
Oh my God, you scared me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have my little stream deck.
Not with me with the devil card sitting right in front of me, Zelda.
Oh my God. Well, you know what, Melissa? Look at this. Melissa says, Lady Z, you are pretty fearless. Look, when it comes to this when it comes to this stuff, but when it comes to these people in Canton and other people like it, that scares me, and I'm fearless. When they look at what they did to Karen when they could do that to people who don't have the money, I mean, when they say it could be you, it could be me, it could be any of us, that scares me more than the paranormal will ever scare me.
Yep.
You know, so there we are. So anyway, my darlings, I have to. There, one place I have always wanted to go is the Myrtles, but I don't want to. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. I don't know why they want to do that. She's got a little psoriasis, and it's like, oh, okay, well, just let me stretch and show everything. Hello, big girl. Where's your towel? So that's why I put a towel over her. So if she decides, I got to tell you this, I have a blind up in my front window, and I came out this morning, and she was standing on the windowsill behind the blind. So all I could see is these two little skinny legs. Hello, these little skinny legs standing on the windowsill. And by the time I got my phone, I didn't get my camera, and I thought, oh my gosh, that would have made the funniest picture. So anyway, my darlings, I'll tell you what, I am so glad that you came on tonight, my darling Boozy Beauty.
Yeah.
And I'm going to call you BB for short, because every now and then I get tongue-tied. And I don't want to call you anything other than anything that is beautiful for you. But my darling people, do me a favor. If you're on the Talkie Tick, look her up. She's got such great content, and I just love it. And I'm so glad you come on.
Do have a YouTube too. There was someone asking. I do have a YouTube. I still haven't done much with it. It's there. Oh, it's there, Zelda.
Okay.
Where's
I didn't know if you posted anything. I didn't know if you posted anything or not much on it. I haven't seen it as much as I've seen the Talkie Tick.
I do, with all of this ending, I do think I need to start coming out more, because it's obvious that I'm probably aggravating the right type of people. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
I think where I may be taking my content is to obviously still following Karen and John, but also to Sandra. And I think starting from the beginning and letting it blow up like Karen's and John case did. So
I think so. Good.
Yeah. Starting from the bottom and then working our way up, so that everyone starts realizing how bad Sandra was done as John was.
We will definitely look for that. And we're kind of going to go in that area. Got a few other things that we're going to do. I do want to announce right now, I'm waiting for YouTube to approve me. I want to do a separate membership for us that we will do Red Drum unaliving mysteries, as in I will be posting a particular story. You guys, the members will solve the crime. We will have exclusive content, exclusive giveaways. People who solve and resolve the crime will get a prize. We'll do that like once a month, that type of thing. Because I think sometimes this stuff gets a little heavy. Yeah, like why not play a game like that? But it gets a little heavy, and we need to do stuff that is cool and laugh, and then we have a good time. When I get approved for that with YouTube, I will be doing it. If I don't get approved on YouTube, I'm going to Kick. I'll do it on Kick. So just so you know. So there we are. Yeah, like Clue. Exactly like Clue. We will be playing that, and it will be stories that we just come in, work together, and like a little puzzle Clue thing. So it'll be a lot of fun. So we'll do that. Yeah, so we'll do that. All this other stuff. We have to laugh. I'll be giving clues and having photos and all kinds of different things, presenting the case file, all that stuff. So it is what it is. So it'll be, so I'll let you know. Right now, there's still a lot going on. So I think of all these great things and I think, oh, wait a minute, there's only one of me. Okay. So anyway, that's where it is. It's in the library with a candlestick. Captain Harris says that's great. So anyway, well, my darling, I'm going to call it a night. Now, for all of you members of True Oracle, don't forget, we have a reading tomorrow at 2 p.m. I'm going to be reading your cards. We'll take about an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. And we'll get to the answers that you want. So, no pregnancy, no legal, no medical, and we'll just have a good time. So anyway, thank you so much. And for those of you who have ordered the House of Zelda cards, you will be receiving them maybe in another couple of days. And I will be making a video to give you an idea of how to read those. I think you're going to have a lot of fun. So I want to thank our beautiful guest, Boozy Beauty. Please feel free to come on anytime. We just love you. You got a good place here, a safe place. Welcome you with open arms. Come on in, say hello, and keep us posted on how you're doing.
Oh, I love you guys. Thank you. First of all,
welcome, my darling. You're welcome. It's so good to talk with you. It's so good to talk with you. One day we'll meet. One day we'll meet.
Absolutely. One way or the other.
Yes. So everyone, thank you so much for your generosity. I'm hoping I didn't miss anyone. Let me make sure. We've got Sylvia is a new member. Bless you, my darling. Mama Bear, new member. I think we got that already. So I just wanted to make sure I did not forget anyone. Thank you so much for your generosity, for everything, for the Venmos, everything that you all sent. I couldn't ask for a better group of people to be with, nor would I want to be with. So thank you so much. You guys are fantastic. Much love to you. Stay tuned for the outro, my darlings. We'll say goodnight to our dear Boozy. And goodnight, my darling. I'm going to let you go. So say goodnight to Miss Boozy Beauty. We're going to let her go right now. And I'm going to say goodbye to you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Come back anytime, honey. Bye-bye. Thank you, my darlings, for being here and for the kitty clout. We love you. Be safe. I'm excited to be here much. We have a lot of things going on. So do me a favor. Hang out for the outro. Give me a like. Subscribe if you can before you leave. And I will see you tomorrow. I'm excited. And we'll go from there. So you all have a good evening and get some rest. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. They'll tell you the facts are clear, but the truth always flickers between the lines. In every shadow, there's a secret that refuses to stay buried. Clues hide in symbols, and sometimes even fate won't show its hand. Voices echo not just from the living, but from the silence they leave behind. I'm Lady Zelda. This is Seeing Crime, where what's hidden doesn't stay hidden for long. Until next time, keep watching.